I said, are we live? Are we live in his house? Well, if we live, then let's get it. Hey,
Mr. Kingston, sir. It says
oh, hey, Rita. I'm feeling better. Y'all see that on y'all screen? What happened to the? Oh, I know what the problem is. What are you doing?
Welcome to the Minister of the Dark Show. And I am Minister of the Dark. I just want to say that I love you. And that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Let the devil deceive us. Can't get enough.
I love my Jesus.
Well, people say to keep it real. But if you deal, it's not seen.
I love you, Jesus.
Your body wasn't made to last.
I love you, Jesus.
Your flesh will rot. So like
I love you, Jesus.
you better realize that you need God or you will be surprised. That never goes out. The pits of hell where they keep swelled up. That's who he is. Not for a moment of peace. The agony cries never cease. And someone in the background singing, burn, baby, burn. There should have been no more.
I love you,
Why did
Jesus.
it burn? No. But seriously though, this will happen. If Jesus comes back and finds you happy, see, no one knows the time of day. But if you follow the word, it won't matter how
I
long.
love you, Jesus.
Will never be sick instead of dead. So in this ground, I don't fit. What's it gonna do? Kill me? Make me a martyr? Give me a head start?
I love you, Jesus.
Keep stacking. Keep on stacking up. Forget for a damn
I love you, Jesus.
and I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us.
I love you, Jesus.
I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us.
I love you, Jesus.
If you think that witnessing to your neighbor is weird, pick a foreign country perspective. I come to fear. Nations don't only look at earth like Alabama is wrong. Most Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. Christians should be more controlled by the things, but we spend our time fulfilling the desires of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort, but we actually bless him that we don't deserve. And you wonder why our prayers are not heard. And churches put down those who really
I
desire
love
him.
you,
Because you have a
Jesus.
desire to get that easy money, not the fancy cars.
I love you, Jesus.
Mom, son, deep down, his word isn't for God or his ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us.
I love you, Jesus.
I love you, Jesus. follow you wherever you lead. Let the Holy Spirit lead. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The minister. Oh my God. Yo, let's get it. Yeah. Bro, dear. No one man. Switch out three. I read the Oh Lord, I'm not worthy. I let myself back into a life of sin. You can forgive me. I'm going to bless you now. But I can feel myself. Ready? My heart is heavy. I'm stuck in a state of confusion. I'm doing wrong. It's like a nightmare. It's an illusion. My God, this is illusion. It's a sex of this world. It doesn't make my faith a strong path. I try to stay on the right path, but it never lasts. I don't want to feel the wrath of your anger, but I keep stumbling into danger. I feel like I'm off man. This anger is part of the plan. Who am I to be? I let myself speak inside and defile my spirit. Jesus said he would never leave us. Why am I being quiet? Why I died in sin? Oh, I'm not worthy of it. This is the last thing I think of. I don't want to feel the rest of your anger, but I keep swimming in my dreams. I'm making my plea. Help me. I'm not perfect on the outside. I feel righteous, but inside I'm fighting the battle of my life. I need someone to focus on the child of life. I got too much time on my hands. It's all about me. I'm crazy for what I want. Whatever I feel, no repercussions. I get bored. My flesh is safe while struggling. I get lonely. The follow on church is help. I'm drowning in the sea, but I'm still by myself. It was easy to know myself. Abandoned the company of someone who pressed my words of help. But Lord, you took my great grandma, my mother, blessed their souls, and left me with forgotten. World, the word of God, you protect my baby girl. That's what I'm talking about. Appreciate fatherhood. And you don't send anybody good who I can marry, who can carry a child for me. I refuse to be a single missionary in another country. A whole nation I don't know. But deep down I feel a bit wrong. Oh Lord, I'm not worthy of your love because your grace is the last thing I think of. I don't want to feel the wrath of your anger, but I can so I don't understand my purpose when you unlike me and bring to the surface what you have in store for me. I wonder, are you ignoring me or is it because I don't stay around? I want love because the word says that a believer will from within change, and then that person won't want to sin while I'm really willing and able to really consider myself nothing in I can focus on the people. Oh Lord, I'm not worthy of you because the grace is the last thing I think of. I don't want to feel the rest of your name, but I keep some another hit from Bojero, man. So feel that. Praise God. Never forget.
All righty. Welcome to the show. I don't know where that animation came from. That definitely not supposed to be there, but I just hit something. I hit this one, but that one came up. I don't know. So since it came out wrong, let's fix it. But I'm not seeing it. Go to videos. Why am I not seeing it? There it is. That's what's supposed to have been hit. That's the animation that y'all was supposed to see. But since you didn't get to see it, let me come back. And we got one more song in 8D. Why not? I see how it sound.
for you. Hallelujah. Amen. Are you born again? You know, on the white cloud, it just say it loud, say it proud. I'm born again. I'm born again. Amen. Hey, are you born again? Are you ready to the fight? To the simple, simple fight. Are you born again? Jesus gave you by faith, not so by action. When you be the next fact, not by expedition. I'm a rich out of habit. By the office of the rain. Now, if you are practicing, that's why any desire. So crucify everybody around you. I said, who are coming before the God again? And just receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. They know the desire of your flesh. You can hear it, you can feel it. All before you let me feel it. You can't do anything that God can't fix, that God can't heal. Don't turn your back on the one my time live. If this man thinks to the sin, for God will forgive. If you're born again, amen, amen. Are you born again? You know what you do with a simple white powder to say.
Say it loud, say it proud.
I'm born again. I'm born again. Amen. Hallelujah. Here we go. I get born again. What ways of sin? The man of the one that changed the way. If you are the same like you want to sin, when you go to sin, the body, I get on top of the what do you think they're playing this song? Acting good as people are food everywhere else. Because that was simply God understands that we believe in offering.
Whoops.
I'm just a message to hear my voice. You say you will die, it's a choice. You want to be a sinner, you want to be a winner. I'm asking the question. Are you born again? You know what Jesus was to sin on the white card that you say it loud, say it proud. I'm born again. I'm born again. You want to be a sinner or a winner? I'm asking the question. Are you born again? You never know what Jesus was to sin on the white card that you say it loud, say it proud. I'm born again. I'm born again.
Can I give a shout out for God? Can I give one out to Jesus? You know we can't forget the Holy Spirit. Come on. Come on home and sit at God's throne. Or you can rot in hell with the devil. It's up to you. Are you born again? You never know when Jesus will descend on the white cloud if you're saved. Say it loud, say it proud. I'm born again. I'm born again. You want to be a sinner or you want to be a winner? You want to be a sinner or you want to be a winner? Uh. All righty. Welcome to the show, everybody. Welcome to Saturday Sermon on Sunday. Welcome to Saturday Sermon on Sunday. How's everybody doing today? How was your week? My past 3 weeks have been up and down because every advancement that we make, we get knocked down. Every advancement that we've made, we get knocked down a peg. Never seem to get ahead. And it's hard not to get frustrated. It really is hard not to get frustrated. Because as you do things correctly, you do things that you're supposed to do, aren't you supposed to get good rewards? Well, it don't work like that. Because you got an enemy that wants to distract you with bad things so that you don't appreciate or see the rewards of the good things that you are doing. Doesn't want you to feel good. Doesn't want you to be happy because he's not happy. He knows he's the first one to go into that pit. And he want to take you with him. He supposed to be so smart, but he don't have a sense not to get in the pit. He don't have a sense not to get in the furnace. But he just knows he wants to take you with him because that's how he feels he's going to get back at God. Now, I'm not a superhuman being, but that logic sounds retarded. So if you out there following Satan, you're following somebody whose logic is retarded. That's no more different than a woman saying, I'm going to break a man windows or slash his tires and he's going to love me. Well, I'm going to take as many human beings into the pit with me to prove they don't love you, but they love me. And I'm going to perish along with them. How that make sense? Yeah. And take that, Jesus. And take that, God. I just got another one. You got another human soul to take into the furnace of fire with you. Yeah, that's real smart. But that's the kind of idiot we dealing with. I call him an idiot. Some people say, you supposed to give me. I ain't giving that devil no respect. He a dummy and a punk. And I'm trying not to go with him. And I'm trying to get you not to go with him. So he can do what he want to do. Every time we make a move, his punk butt right there to mess it up. Every time we do a mobile live, he right there to mess it up with something. We spend more time fixing stuff than we actually spend riding the bike. Go look at the mobile lives. I can spend hours getting something ready. As soon as we get outside, I got to stop and fix something. I could tie something down, glue it. It don't matter. As soon as we get moving, we got to stop. Somebody does that. Why is it that when I'm on the phone with Medicare, y'all know that we had 4 or 5 doctors. I was trying to get my vision done. I was trying to get my teeth fixed. I'm trying to get all this stuff done. These people know my situation, yet they all told me to get the highest plan, a plan for rich folk. I'm barely getting by. Why would you give me the most advanced price plan that you can give me? Because that's what they did. Had me go with Calf Cross and Blue Shield. And I kept telling y'all, they're the best. People that got money had the best. People that don't have money get the best what they can get. That plan is too expensive for me. We've spent more in prescriptions than we've spent all year. We've spent more in the past 3 weeks than I've spent all year on prescriptions. I'm getting bled dry. If it wasn't for the people that donated a week and a half ago, I'd be underwater. I got $7 to my name to last all the way up to the third. $7. If nobody else don't donate. If it wasn't for the donations, I wouldn't have nothing. They keep changing the daggone plans. They keep changing pills. But before, I didn't have to pay for them. Now, I'm paying for them. And they just acting like I'm some kind of doll baby that you put the clothes on and don't like, and then you put some new clothes on her. Well, don't take this, take that. Take this instead of that. Try this instead of that. And not realizing it's a fee on every one of those prescriptions. They got me on some Entresto now. I had to pay $12 for some Entresto. I had to pay $13 for some Losartan, and now they telling me now I'm taking Entresto, don't get the Losartan. I paid for furosemide and for linezolid. Now they saying don't take it. So what about the $15 that we spent on them two medicines? Now they're just sitting up there in the cabinet. Tell me I gotta take the metformin. I told them I ain't taking it. They made me get it anyway. Then they turn around. Well, since you don't like it, don't get it. Well, I just spent $12 on the bottles. Now you're saying don't look. We want you to start testing yourself. So I go spend $15 on a glycometer meter because I can't find mine. The girl got them somewhere. And the daggone tester thing don't even work. I'm literally taking the lancet, the needle, and I'm literally just digging myself in it. You supposed to have thing go booch and make it all quick. I'm literally digging myself in my hand, digging myself in the finger to get the reading. We went to the pharmacy the other day. I had the box, and I got all the way up to the pharmacy and sat down, and then remembered, oh yeah, you got to bring that so they can see if it's broke. We can't get a break on nothing. I mean, we can't get a break on nothing. But you know what? I ain't complaining. I can't complain, and I should complain, but I ain't. You know why? It's just making him laugh. But I want him to know, okay, we got to suffer the next 2 months. We got to get through the rest of October and get through November and December. But January 1st, we start a new plan. See, it's always something bad before the worst. Because we just switched plans, we can't switch again until January the 1st. So we not going to cry. Hey, Angela, we not going to moan and groan. We'll just make it like we always make it. And you know it's going to be hard. But that's what? You never given more than what you can handle. You know, they gave me a scale. The reason why I can't bring the bike in the hospital anymore is because of that scale. That black lady snitched me out to her supervisor. And I went back and I told her. And I told her I cussed them out too. But because we had to go back inside, back around the bend, she ratted us out. But that scale that we got, it worked when it went to. It take me 10 minutes to weigh myself. I had to keep taking the batteries out and turning them around. I got to stand on one foot and then slowly add the other foot, or it says error. It keep jumping between 3 different readings, kg, and I don't know what the other one is. But I know good and well I ain't 12 nothing. I don't know if that's stones or whatever measurement that is. It keep going back between the measurements. It takes about 10 minutes so I can get a consistent reading. Don't believe me? Today, I've been 260. I've been 265. I've been 270. I've been 278. I've been 280. I've been 279. I've been 276. These are all the readings that I got today. When I got three consistent readings that said 278, and that's what I went with. Yesterday was so bad. I got a reading. I got a blood stick reading after being under 200. The first day we started was Sunday. Sunday we were 240. All through the week, we've been won something. Yesterday, I take the reading. Guess what? 239. How we go from 166, 189, 240? That's a jump. I take the reading today. Ain't done nothing different. And it said one something. Wait a minute. I sent the picture to Liz. Hold on a sec. I got the picture. Hold on. Save image. Go to downloads. Let me let y'all see it. Stop screen sharing. Start screen sharing. Share screen. Window. There it is. Now come back. Okay, y'all see it on y'all screen. Yesterday we had 249. How in one day we go from 249 to 177? And you see the date and you see the time. But how do we go in one day? How do we go from 249 to 177? We've had a 166. We had a 190 something. We had a 180 something. So how do we go? So I don't understand how this works. But I was really distressed yesterday. Like, wait a minute. What did I do wrong for the levels to go that high? Because I'm going to be honest with you. I had grilled cheeses and I made my garden medley with the baby shrimp. So what did I eat? Now I did have 4 tangerines. The whole day, but I had 4 tangerines before that reading. And this morning I made grilled cheese egg sandwiches. I put the spam in the pan and I made the eggs, put them on a plate to the side. Then I took 4 slices of bread, wheat bread, and I put some more spam, cooked on one side, turned it over, and added the cheese, and then put the eggs in between the bread. And I made 2 egg sandwiches. That's what I had today. And then I made my shrimp medley again. If y'all don't know what a shrimp medley is, let me show you. I don't think I have it in the computer. Let me get it from Liz. Wait a minute, the computer taking its time. Hold on a sec. Come on now. All right. Go to downloads. Open. Come back to the StreamYards and share screen. How you doing, Angela? This is what I call my garden medley. See the baby shrimps that we got at the market the other day? And then we got the bag of the bird's eye. We got the bird's eye garden medley. And y'all see it got the broccoli, the cauliflower, the carrots, and them little green things, whatever they are. And y'all see the baby shrimp mixed in. So the only meat that we've had in the past 2 days has been them baby shrimp. Hey, Nia. Happy Sunday. The only meat that I've had in the past 2 days is them baby shrimps. I got 3 bags of them, and I made one yesterday. I made one earlier this afternoon for lunch. Actually, I had it for breakfast. Probably why my stomach growling right now. And it's okay. We're going to have salmon tonight. And I'm trying to decide if I want to break the salmon up and mix it in or keep it on the side. What do y'all think? Should I break the salmon up and put the salmon in and mix it in with the veggies? Now, if you add some lemon juice, you add a little bit of olive oil, and you add some seasoning oil, them veggies have a nice taste to them. But you got to let it boil for a minute. You got to let the flavorings boil into the veggies. You know what I mean? You can't just get it to a boil and then take them out. Now, what I do is I put everything in the pot, boil it. Then I take them out, drain it, and then I put it in the frying pan with some olive oil and Spam. And then I fry them for a few minutes, flipping them, stirring them around. And so you get the feeling of having something fried, even though it's more like, I guess you would say sauteed, but you're using the fake butter in the olive oil instead of using grease. So it don't have that sticky film. Nia says she likes salmon on the side. All right, we'll put it on the side today. I was going to go to the market today, and I said, no, I'll wait till tomorrow. I was pedaling so hard when we went out, I think I messed up my ankle. It's been giving me a problem, but it only gives me a problem when I'm trying to do something. That's how I'm wondering, is it a real problem or is it a made up problem to slow me down from doing something? I just wonder. Because it's not all the time. But I never did get it looked at after the car accident in 95. Maybe that's the next thing we should get on to. Ava J says, I love seafood but can't have it. Well, I really don't eat that much seafood. I don't like dealing with fish. Not that I don't like how it tastes. I don't like dealing with it. It falls apart too much for me. I like to flip my stuff over. And it falls apart too much for me. I like to boil something and then fry it. And the fish fall apart. Now I haven't tried to boil chicken yet. Maybe we'll do that next. Maybe we'll boil chicken. Maybe we'll put like some chicken thighs in the pot with the vegetables and let them boil. And then we'll saute them in the pan. What do y'all think? Or should I saute the chicken first while the vegetables boil and then add the chicken to the boiling pot with the vegetables? What do y'all think? and then take the pot, put it in the strainer. With the boiling, take away or weaken the olive oil so that you have. Hey Liz, Nia says get the thick cuts such as salmon and tuna steaks. Ava J said, have you tried cooking it in the oven? Yeah, I like the oven. The oven just takes too daggone long. Now, what I could do is do what I was doing months ago. I'd be doing the show and I would switch it to the phone. But I don't know if we can do that. We got the cheap version. Nia says steam them, boiling takes away nutrients. Okay. How do you steam them? What's the difference between steaming and boiling? So Nia says boiling takes away the nutrients. What, of the meat or the vegetables? So we got done the show Friday night, and I ended it to go cook and go watch the wrestling because we had did a mobile live, and we had two 360-degree cameras going, and we had two shows. We was on the Minister channel, and we was on the Brother Derek E-Bike Life channel. And man, we had a time with that. I mean, we had a time. That daggone camera kept cutting off, and it's not the camera. I know what it is. It's the daggone network, but we can't do nothing about it. It's the network. It's that daggone Verizon. Because if y'all remember, we couldn't do the regular mobile live on the Verizon, and whenever we go downstairs in that hallway, it would cut off. For some reason, it's a dead spot down there. I don't know why, but it's a dead spot right there next to the steps in the hallway downstairs. When we go into the market, when we go over to the left far rear, it's a dead spot. But it's not every day, but it's most of the time. But yesterday, we were outside and it kept cutting off. We were outside. So you can't say, well, maybe we was in a dead spot. We were outside. They supposedly put a new tower up in my neighborhood. So why do we keep cutting off? So I'm sorry. I'm not sorry that we bought that camera, but I am sorry that I didn't switch companies. So the next time I get some money, where was I earlier? Well, you wasn't here. You said I didn't show up for the services. No, I just moved them back. I actually remastered the opening songs, and then I put them in 3D. I put them in 8D. I remastered them, went in, added bass or decreased bass, went in, normalized all the audios. Then I normalized the loudness, sped some up or slowed some down. Then repackaged them. Then ran them through the 8D converter. Nia says, play them now, please. You might tick off some people that they're like, we already heard this. Wait a minute. Go to desktop. All right, Liz want to hear it too. Okay. Here we go. Y'all remember how bad these songs sounded? So I fixed them.
All righty, everybody. Minister Bubba Dog here. I just want to do this real quick. One day time. Let's go ahead and get it. Let's just go ahead and get this. Stop listening. Stop listening. It's a new day. Let's try a new way. Jesus put an offer on the cake. And everyone out there is now able to come home with all of the heart. Give that Lord it don't mean that we give people a hug and put candles up. Which was the that was already won. So why are you thinking of that gun? If you still was activated that second, why do you use that alcohol? Because it's power. The room should be food. But the minister is here to school you. I'm here to preach. I'm here to teach. I'm trying to reach you this
You say it's low?
that I come back. Only God knows. Are you ready? Or are you saying yes? Are you ready? Or are you saying yes? You will be if you follow me. Are you holy man? Oh God, what did I say about you? You still love my sin. Off you break for free. I'm not worthy. But you still search out of my life for sin. And when Jesus comes, I know I can win. I love serving my Lord. We open the door to a relationship with God. It's no easy in the name of Jesus. I always pray and I lay myself as a Christian to the lost demon. I know that. It's not true to be a believer, but I'm not putting myself in the hands of the sheep. But I'm in the devil. Somebody died and makes them paradise. There was no pain, no stress. You gave me the way. And now I'm blessed. You protect me. Let the devil stress me. But baby, hell is one place. I'm one position. Stop, look, and listen. Stop listening. That's how you win. Are you ready? Or are you saying yes?
Let me change headphones.
Stop it and listen. Stop resisting. That's how you win. Minister, brother Derek. I hope y'all enjoyed that. Peace, everyone. my head. Sometimes I dread coming out good. I feel like I've been drafted before. But it's okay to come up and play his mind game. But he can't hurt me right now. That's firstly. He rides in the scratch.
Hello, hello.
Financially.
Hello.
I turn my back to the beat. It's not easy. It's in, man. It's to be greedy. So always want what we can't have. I'm a straight up something to be made. Don't make me laugh. A good boy, man, what's the difference? It's all show. But both of these men will take me where I got to go. But if I cheat on still, then I'll lose all protection. For a house, for a lesson, to be under the direction of a sick demon. Go in the home, my soul, no thank. I roll with the Lord who is in control.
How's it now, y'all? Let it bro. Let it broadcast worldwide. Welcome to the Minister Brother Dark Show, and I am Minister Brother Dark. I just want to say that I love Jesus, and that's the title of this song. I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us. I love you, Jesus. Can't get enough. I love my Jesus. Well, people say to keep it real. But here's the deal. If you're not saved, I love you, Jesus. If you're not born again, your future is in doubt. Your body wasn't made to last. When your time comes, it will be reduced to ash. Your flesh will rot, but your life will not. You know your soul will go on forever, so you better realize that you need God, or you will be surprised by the pain of a flame. You gotta remember they in AD now. So if you're only using mono, if you're not using stereo, like if your cell phone, if you watch on a cell phone or tablet, if it only got one speaker, as it goes around, it's only going to play on one side. But if you follow the word, it won't matter anyway. Because in heaven, no one will ever be sick or shed a tear. Like right now, I'm over here. What you gonna do? Now I'm over here. Make me a martyr, give me a head start, put me on the fast track. Now I'm back over here. Keep smacking, keep smacking, keep on shacking up. But get caught napping and the dick is up. And I just want to say, I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus. Don't let that devil deceive us. I love you. Sounds pretty good on the Obama phone. If you think that witnessing to your neighbors is weird, pick a foreign country respectable out of a fear. Nations of people who don't know God, only living for purpose like the Alabama is off. Most Americans believe in one Lord, one superior being. I love you, Jesus. But we spend our time fulfilling the desires of our flesh. We won't give Jesus our best effort. But we ask for blessings that we don't. I love you, Jesus. Why our prayers are not heard. In church, you put down those you really admire. You know you have a desire to make that easy money. Drive the fancy car. You feel like a star. When you enter the bars or clubs, deep down, your spirit isn't for God or His ways. So why should anybody listen to a darn thing you say? I love you, Jesus. Follow you wherever you lead us. I love you, Jesus.
you, Jesus. Don't let the devil deceive us.
I love you, Jesus.
I love you, Jesus. We'll follow you wherever you lead us.
I love you, Jesus.
Let the Holy Spirit lead us. And one more time. I love you, Jesus. All right, y'all, let's get it. Let's get to the Bible study. The minister, Brother Derek Show. Let's get it.
Yeah, go there with a one man show. I think the light man. I'm trying to do it right. This one's from the heart. You can't deal with it, you feel that. I got one question for you. I'm on with it. Hallelujah, amen. Are you born again? You never know what Jesus will present on the white cloud. If you say it loud, say it proud. I'm born again. I'm born again. Amen. Hey, are you born again? Are you ready for the Messiah to the symbol of the book of life? Are you on the page Jesus gave you by faith, not so by action? Will you be the sacrifice, not by action religion? Not what Christians learn out of habit. God is offering you a brand new out, giving you a second chance. That's why Jesus died. Was crucified. Everybody around you, I said, you know what? Come level to God again and can receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. They know the desires of your flesh. You can hear it. You can feel it. Don't be foolish unless they steal it. You can't do anything that God can't fix. That God can't hear. Oh, Nia, I fixed your song too. Yo, coming at you with a remix. I know this is something you can get with because we all want cash. We all want to be wealthy. Here comes my intro. Yo, when it comes to women, I'm selfish. I don't want to share them. I want to be rich so I can own a harem. Most brothers can't satisfy one. So we doing religion. Maybe I should have. I just want the end part is the best part anyway. Yo, I want to there a Laguna money maker. Now my time is spent fighting. What I'm talking about, yo. I ain't trying to die broke. You know what I'm saying? So check it out, yo. I need to make $1 million, have money spilling, God willing, I'm gonna make it, and no man, no army or government is ever gonna take it. Yo, I ain't trying to front. Cash money is what I want. I wanna be rich, so when I come outside, I can see not bottle bumps. And bags of debris. You know what I'm saying? That city. You can keep it. I need to make $1 million. I don't want to die poor and bought some more. I want a mansion on the eastern shore. Oh, that's Mike Ryan. City, have me a nice beach house, right everyone over, and we can get down. Pound for pound, I'll take Frank. Pesos. Whatever. I just need $1 million. I just need $1 million. Go there with a one-man show with a remix. I'm gonna let this play out. You in the back of the cab, and then you nod your head to this. I'm out. Hey, man. Alrighty. Yeah, if you're not wearing a pair of headphones or got a surround sound, you really can't take advantage of the 8D. Now, we have that song in 3D, but that's the first time that we played it in 8D. It has a 5 megabit limit. And when I do my songs, I don't do them at 44,000 kilohertz or 48,000 kilohertz. I do them at 96, and I do them in the WAV format, WAV. You know, when you buy a CD from the store, it's in the WAV format. But you know that they got the MP3 players and MP3 because it significantly decreases the file size. You lose a little bit of the quality, but it allows you to put more songs on a CD or put more songs on, your phone or MP3 player or your computer because of the smaller file size. So what I did was I took the WAV at 96,000 kilohertz and I brought them down to MP3. What do you mean what? You know that if you buy a CD from a store and it's on the computer, because back in the day, when people first started doing that, everybody was using the .wav files. You can Google it. Now you say that WAV is old as hell, but WAV is better sounding than the MP3. The MP3 is a condensed. And when you condense something, what are you doing? You're making it smaller. How are you making it smaller? You're taking stuff out. So it sounds better as a WAV file. But because of the small file size, people would take the loss of the quality. They take the loss of the quality to get the smaller file size. And there's other formats out there, OGG, but people stuck with the MP3 because it could take a song that was 10 megabit and you make an MP3 at 120 gigabits a second. And it'll make that song 3 megabyte or 2.5 megabyte. So that means you could get 3 songs in the place of that one song. You can get 3. And so that's why the MP3 became more popular. And like I said, a lot of the songs I wasn't able to change over, which is why I had to go on the Audacity, import them in, and then take them back down. Because I had them at 96,000 kilohertz, which is a lot. It's double almost. It's more than double. 44 and 44 is 88,000. So it's more than double the size. But it gives you more range of the sound. Yeah, well, yeah, the MP4 is better. The MP4 is pretty good. But it's also a video format also. So most people use the video format and they use AAC as the codec. They don't use MP3. So even though you might have an MP4 video, they use the codec ACC. You can Google it. And so we lose a little bit of quality. But I was able to boost up the bass. I was able to make sure y'all could hear me. I made my voice loud. And y'all couldn't hear the music as good. So I was trying to boost up. I was trying to boost up the bass and the treble in the song and then trying to normalize it and make them go together. And like I haven't heard this yet. We doing a sermon. I don't want to play this song, but I'm just curious. Maybe I'll just play the end of it. Y'all remember this song? I don't play it often. I don't play this song often. But can we get to the end? And if you hate me, then debate me. You don't like me, then fight me. If you hate me, then debate me. But you can't eliminate me. Go there with a one-man show. If you didn't know, you know a little bit. I'm wearing the drums up. You know you would start like this with no assist. Wash it down. You might hit the lyrics I spit. You gotta admit it. The beats I make hit. Now bring it home. Rodero, one man show. The total package. But here's the focus. I kept this simple so you can follow along. Think you better than me, you're wrong. I'm out. Anyway. Welcome back, Ava J. Yeah, it's Sunday sermon. I just wanted to see how that came out, the mix down. Because, you know, for me, the end of the song is where you get down. You know? Like this song right here, y'all know I like the end of it. Rodero. Like, hold on. Me, or was it the other way around? I know I'm stubborn, but your word says that a believer. Like right here. Will from within change. And then that person won't want to sin. While I'm really willing and able, waiting for you to the table, my simple lesson gets. You are trust, so you what you want. I give you full control of my soul. Oh Lord, I'm not worthy of your love because your grace is the last thing I think of. I don't want to feel the wrath of your anger, but I can stumble into danger. Another hit from Rodero, feel glad. I'm sorry, y'all don't get down. I'm sorry. Will from within change. Then that person won't want to sin. One more time. One more time. One more time. You are trust, so you what you want. I give you full control of my soul. Oh Lord, I'm not worthy of your love because your grace is the last thing I think of. I don't want to feel the wrath of your anger, but I can stumble into danger. Another hit from Rodero, one man show. Feel glad. Hope this touches you in some way. Now time to take it out. Praise God. No. Mix it down. Alrighty. Allison says, stick to your night job. A platinum selling artist is not in your future. Funny. Funny. I can always get a DJ, but you can't say nothing about my lyrics. I'll put my lyrics up against anybody. That gibberish y'all listen to today. I don't even call that rap. I don't know what the hell they doing. They worrying about how they sound rather than what they saying. You can take any one of my songs. You know what the hell I'm saying. I had a jibbity hibbity hey and a hibbity hibbity hey and away and yeah, it sounds good when you listen to it. What the hell are they saying? They ain't saying nothing. Allison says, give me 8 bars right now. You give me 8 bars, Alistair. You give me 8 bars. Because you're making fun of my music, but I made it. A DJ plays somebody else's stuff. Everything you hear in the songs, I made from scratch. Yes, it was a $200 keyboard, but still. Every one of the songs you hear me play, I made them from scratch. Ava J says, no cussing. I cursed? I didn't realize it. You said to give you 8 bars. Give you 8 bars on what? Our topic for the sermon today. You want to hear 8 bars on what topic? You always, if you're going to ask somebody to freestyle, give them a topic so they can't give you a freestyle they already done. They can't give you something they already wrote. You always give them a topic. So we already know you don't know nothing about rap. How you a DJ? You always ask them for a topic. You don't just tell them to drop something they already wrote. On anything relative to the world that I'm stuck in, a world that I can't wait to leave. That's why Jesus' message was so easy for me to receive. How can I get this message out to you? Because I can warn you, but you still continue to do all the things that you know that God can't stand. Do I have to follow behind you and take all the evil things out your hand? Do I have to pop you in the back of the neck? Is that the only way to get respect? Is that the only way to get you to pay attention? Do I have to be the slave master with the whip? Let me mention the fact that we all seem to be lost. Over the years, our forefathers have paid the cost, yet none of us are the boss. We still a servant. We still a slave in some kind of way. Are things really better today or are they worse? How many more brothers are we going to see in a hearse? I wonder, is our race really cursed? Because see, you asked me to freestyle about the world today. I can go on and on for miles. We got too many religions. We got people that's worrying about getting a car, worrying about being a star in the bar or behind the bars. But who exactly is talking about change? Because when I look around, everything seems to say the same. It don't never seem to get better. Think about the pressure that we've been under in the bottoms of slave ships. To today, worrying about computer chips. Think about the men that's getting locked up right now with somebody digging in their butt. Think of the dignity that's getting stripped. But don't nobody want to talk about that. But you want to hear somebody rap about having a Rolls, having a Bentley, selling poison to their people. Then they got the nerve to stand under the church steeple in a nice suit and act like they holy. There's an embarrassment, a callous. Most of the people I see today should be ashamed. People going around with different names. I'm a god. I'm a prince. You ain't nothing. Start producing something. Start changing the way our young people think. Then you can say you're somebody. You got a lot of people that say they like to play, but when you ask them, what are you doing? They say, no way. I'm not getting involved. I'm just going to stand on the sidelines. I'm not going to do nothing about the crime. I'm going to bide my time till I can get ahead and get mine. And I don't care about my neighbor. Elder said you done 16 bars already. Will go on. Well, you asked me about the world. I could go on and on. See, if I didn't stutter, I could really go. That's why when we had the guy in here the other day, what was the guy when he was talking about the guy and his father that was talking about Yahweh and all that? He played a couple of his songs. He had a nice flow. I just didn't remember nothing he said. That's why I told him I don't want a nice flow. Because you don't remember what they said. It takes youngsters, they have to play a song 5 or 6 times before they know the words. If anybody watches the wrestling, the AEW, you know Chris Jericho is always playing that song Judas. The people know the chorus, but they actually had to hand the words out because there was one day he had a match that he couldn't play the song. And so the people in the audience had to sing it. And most of the people didn't know the word. They had to give them the words ahead of time. People didn't know the word because all they know is the chorus. What's one of the greatest songs ever? Don't nobody know what the hell that thing's saying. But you see people in the club, and you got a lot of songs today. People know, hey, hey, hey. They don't know the words because they don't pay them no mind. And there's a lot of rappers, they don't pay the words no mind. You actually have to learn them, dissect them, and then you understand. I want to go slow enough and make it easy for you to follow so something stick in your head. I don't want you to just hear mumbling. I want you to actually hear what I'm saying. People forgot that. I was listening to Young Pharaoh had made a song last year, and I was listening to it. I couldn't tell if he was rapping or was he trying to talk to a woman. Some said, some said it, have said it. Like, what the hell are you saying, man? I understand what the hell he was saying. What the hell are you saying? Oh, he got a good flow. He ain't saying nothing. He might as well have said a bum 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 and a bum bum bum. I don't understand it. I didn't understand the word he said. That guy overseas, they had another come over here. That dude made a video. Boom, 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 boom. What the hell are you talking about? I'm just saying, hello. Like, what the hell are you talking about? If I can't understand you, you already lost me. It's called rap. Rap means to talk. Because, see, back in the day, we used to say to a nice-looking lady, hey, baby, let me come rap to you. If somebody owed you some money, yeah, you don't give them my money. I'm going to rap to you about that later. That's what the word rap means. But, see, people take something and try to make it their own. So rap means to talk. And if you just can't talk, you're not rapping. Because I guarantee you, if you just get the instrumentals and just read them out, you'd be like, without the song, this don't make no sense. There ain't no music to it. Because you listening to the music, you feeling the bass, you feeling the drums, and it's just somebody talking. That's why they gotta have that certain look. They gotta have the gold in the mouth and gotta have the chains on and gotta be prancing around the stage like an idiot because the words not carrying them. The words not carrying them. I remember the drug boys used to come in there. I had my music playing. They were like, there you go with that music again. When are you going to update? And I would say to them, did you understand what I was saying? They said, yeah. But that's my job. My job is to entertain and to correct you, to give you something to learn. To hopefully make you a better human being, a better Christian. It ain't to make you dance. You can dance if you want to. That's not the intention. The intention is to wake you up. You got a lot of people that go around saying that they woke, but they're not woke. They still sleeping. And that music keep you to sleep because you ain't got to think. For all you got to do, hey, oh. That's not making you think. That's all I'm saying. There's a place for that. And you want to go in the club and you want to shake your butt and get your dance on and get your hand on. Get your groove on and get your groove on. Come on. Put one cheek to the left. Come on. Put one cheek to the right. Hey, bend it over all night. Hey, that's what you want to hear, then go ahead. But don't ask me to play it. I'm not going to do this mess. If that's what you like, go get it. I'm not trying to join you in the pit. That's all I'm saying. I used to write poetry when I was little. And I used to like the poetry. But I said, you know what? You can't dance to it. What if you could take the poetry and dance to it? And y'all gonna laugh at me, but I used to do poetry to orchestra music. Like I told you, I was born in the 70s. So back in the 70s, you had to watch Sesame Street, the Electric Company, and then you watch the detective show, Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood, and then they would put on symphonies and orchestras on PBS. And that's what I used to watch. And I used to make songs with the symphony music, and I would just talk over it. And then they came out with rap music, and I was like, okay. But the only problem with the rap music is if you wanted to rap a certain way, you have to have the beat go a certain way. And you can't have a lot of melodies. And that's been my battle. I like to have melodies. Y'all know I have a lot of melodies in my song. A lot of rap songs don't have melodies. And for those of y'all that say yes, they do, melodies that have a beginning, a middle, and an end. And y'all are going to say, well, what are you talking about? If you take a melody, that's all you need for a rap song. Put a beat there. And it's easy to rap to. But suppose you have somebody that's composing it instead of just sampling it. It will be and then you get a drum roll, and then they go How do you rap to that? I'm just asking you, how do you rap to that? How do you do it, Elsa? You gotta have the same consecutive. You can have that and you can rap to it. But if you add something to it, how do you rap to it? I remember, y'all remember that song, Ring My Bell? Back in the day, you can ring my bell, ring, ding, ding, ding. Y'all remember that song? We used to try to rap to that back in the day. And in the beginning, it was easy. Boosh, boosh. But then when that came in, Boo, yeah, boo, boom, boom. How the hell you after that? You like this? I don't know it. I don't know it. I don't know it. I don't know it. That's why a lot of people tell me that I have too many melodies in my songs, and I do. But the melodies have to be set up so you can rap to them. Like when I was growing up, I used to try to rap to this, and I could never do it. And I played this for y'all before. Was it 81 or was it 85? Was it 81? With this, I'm gonna get flagged for this. Okay. How do you rap to this? I was looking for another girl. Have to find one that's from another world. Cause the women I know ain't trash. They just sorry. Looking for a dude named Jabari. Trying to get some love from a dumb fuck. I can't follow along. So I'm still searching for a woman I can be with. But the ones I keep coming across, they don't know shit. They ain't got no brains. They all think the same. They love a life that's filled with agony. That's filled with pain. I can't do this. That's why I keep quitting. I'll stay alone, not talking on the phone, not texting. I ain't doing nothing because I don't want to be next to anything of the opposite sex that I meet. I'm not saying there aren't none. I just ain't came across. Every date that I've had, it's been a disaster. It's been a total loss. And I'm not willing to pay the cost. My credit, my freedom, being stuck in jail with a woman who will never pay my bail. Y'all hear me just ranting around. It's kind of sad, but that's the way it is. I feel like I'm the only one. Is that strange? Things will never in my life change. So I'm looking for a girl in another world. A woman named Janet from another planet. Cause the women here, the things they do, I just can't stand it. And it's kind of sad. It makes me mad. I would love to be some child's dad, but I'll be locked up trying to keep them in line. So why even waste my time? That was fun. That was fun, and that was off the dome. That's right, Alistair, because you can't rap to that. Unless you do what I did, you have to ignore it. You have to ignore the beat and go with the melodies. And so you know it's gonna go then it's gonna switch. But it won't stay there. Then it goes then it switch again. Then it goes out. Dun, 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 Now reset. Dun, 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 dun. You see, it keeps switching. You got to switch with it. And if you can't switch with it, you're not going to be able to do it. So how do you write something that's going to switch like that? You're trying to read it and keep up. Now, because that was made in 1981, I know it. But if you ask somebody, hey, rap freestyle to this, they'd be lost. I only know it because I know it. I used to play it over and over again. So you gotta be able to think fast, and you gotta have your rhyme ready. And if you ain't got a rhyme, skip it. Like say you said something hard, the rhyme. Like say you said Russian. If you can't think concussion, you gotta move on. Be like, yeah, like a Russian, a stupid immigrant. Then you can do stant, chant, rant. You can go. That's how you freestyle. Sometimes you have to abandon. You notice every rhyme didn't rhyme, but I followed up. Some words are easy, like same, pain, Jane, rain, came. Plenty of rhymes for that. But if you get stuck on a word that don't have a rhyme for it, that's when you have to skip that line and make a new line and then finish the rhyme. That's how you freestyle. A lot of people ain't gonna tell you that, but that's how you freestyle. You don't freestyle memorizing stuff that you already wrote. When they ask you for a freestyle, you gotta do something brand new, and you gotta be able to on the fly be able to change what you said on the fly. That's a real freestyle. That's why when you hear them freestyle, I used to hear Biggie and them do freestyle, and then you hear Little C's and everybody else. When they freestyling, the other guys in the group can answer the freestyle. How you answer a freestyle? How can you be with them? If you're making up something new, how can the other guys in the group know what you're going to end with if it's new? It should me out when I be hearing people, they be finishing their rhyme. That mean they heard it before. How can I finish your rhyme if I ain't heard it before? I'm just asking. See, I just asked the question that makes sense. How can you finish somebody's rhyme unless you heard it before? That's all I'm saying. That means it's rehearsed. If rehearsed, it ain't a freestyle. How you call a freestyle rehearsed? I remember what's the name of that girl with all the tattoos on her face? And I think she's a lesbian. She's out of New York. Y'all know what I'm talking about? They had her on the news show, and they told her to drop something. She pulled out her cell phone and started reciting lyrics. And the guy said, "You gonna keep going?" She said, "No, I'm out of material." What? You out of material? How you out of material? If you supposed to freestyle, you supposed to ain't never be. You ain't supposed to never be out of material. How you out of material? I can't think of her name to save my life. But she got a lot of tattoos on her face. She's a pretty girl, but just look like a dude. Act like a dude. But she ain't the only one. I understand how you run out of material. I mean, if I was sitting there on BET and somebody said freestyle, I say, hey, this has been a lifelong dream. I got the mic in my hand and I get to scream at all the people out there that I know is doing wrong. And I get to reach them through these airwaves on a BET song. We need to take care of our children, raise them up from the start. Teach the girls how to be nice and the boys to have some heart, to stop being scrubs. Stop talking about they in love. But then when things get hard, everybody want to shove you away. Nobody want to stay through all the trials and tribulations. I'm speaking English, but you can understand anything in my translation because I come at you real. I don't duck. I don't dart. My lyrics come for you and I aim for your heart. And if you're smart, you'll listen. You'll stop bitching. So you can stop quitting doing the dumb things you've been doing in your life. How many times have you cheated on your wife? How many times have you sold out your kids for the chance to make some money or to improve the way you live? Sold out their future so you can have a better today. And that's why the kids of today and yesterday and a generation before, they lost their way. Why can't people just freestyle? I don't understand. Why can't people just freestyle? I just don't get it. Now we doing the sermon, so I can I can go another angle, but I won't. I can go another angle, but I won't. Yeah. Anything else before we move on, y'all? Anything else before we move on? Get this show rolling along. This ain't the way I intended to perform. It's supposed to be a sermon that's quiet. We ain't turned it into a riot. Might be too much for some people's diet. Our topic today was when you're doing right and you're trying to walk with God and Jesus, when you're doing right, why is it that everything else seems to go wrong? Why is it that when you're doing wrong, everything seems great? But when you try to do right, all of a sudden, everything collapses around you. Why does everything get hard? The people around you give you a hard time. Whatever you're trying to do, whatever stability you had, it starts to crumble. The question is why? Well, if you was here earlier, I told you why. Because there's this fallen angel. I don't like calling him an angel. I like calling him a dummy demon. Him and his friends who decided that instead of helping us be holy and righteous, they're going to do their best to make us evil, to make us hate each other. Everything that God loves, they try to make us do the total opposite and try and make us do everything that God hates. And some of you know that you did something yesterday, you did something today, you might be doing something right now you know God hates, but you still do it. And if you know that God hates it, why do you do it? If you know that God does not like it, why do you do it? Because you have a desire to do it. And see, your enemy knows that. And that's why he keeps telling you in your head over and over again, you be all right. It's okay. You'll be forgiven. Go ahead and do it. How can you say that you walk with God when you do everything you can't stand? People don't understand what the word sin means. It means anything God can't stand. Well, I'm cheating on my wife, but I'm going to go home to her. So, I'm not really sinning. Yes, you are. You are sinning. That's a sin. You can't clean it up. My mom asked me, did I do my homework? I told her, yeah. I ain't done homework in 3 months. It's okay, though. No, that's a sin. It's a sin. You know, we would have a lot more people if I lied to y'all, but I don't. If I just told everybody what they wanted to hear, this place will be packed. But I call you out. I expect you to call me out, and I call you out. Most people can't handle that. They can't. We would have a lot more people in this chat if I let y'all come in here and just do and say everything. If I see something, I call it out. People get mad, don't come back. Why? They don't want you to check them when they're doing something wrong. See, we want to check everybody else, but when somebody come check you, you run. I know what I'm doing is wrong. He ain't got to tell me. He just let me do what I want to do. Yeah, okay. Well, you keep trying to tell God that. Yeah, God, you say one woman. I got to have me 5 at a time. I'm sorry, I got to have 5. I can't have 1. I got to have me 5. And then you don't even take care of the 5. Every time you sleep with somebody, and it's not the first person that you slept with. I'm talking about the women. You're sinning. I don't care if you're married one of them. Marriage for man is not marriage for God. Y'all get mad. A woman can only have one husband. The first person she ever sleeps with. She's tied to that person till he dies. You are tied to him. He can have as many wives as he wants to. But you are tied to him. He's also got to take care of every woman that he sleeps with. If he doesn't, he's sinning. And if you were a man that was with another woman and ain't taking care of her alongside you, you're sinning. The other woman is sinning, and so is he. Now, our laws in society, that's man's law. I'm talking God's law. Who trumps who? Is man's law more important, or is God's law more important? I'll give you an example. We had a woman that was talking about a sanctuary. Sanctuary, by definition, is any place you feel safe or a place of safety. But somebody took that word and made it to describe places inside of a church building. We looked the definition up. There was nothing. It said a church could be a sanctuary. It didn't say there were different places inside the church that was a sanctuary. But see, that's man taking something and making it something else. When you do that, you are sinning against God. So you say, well, I got me 4 men, all right? I got one man that pay my rent. I got another man that pay my electric. I got another man that pay my phone bill. And I got another man to take me out. And then I got a man who he ain't got to give me nothing but sex. That's my 5 men. And I got them on a timetable. One come by Monday. Somebody come by Tuesday. Somebody come by Wednesday. Somebody come by Thursday. They all know what day to come by. and I take care of them. They think that they doing good. All they doing is getting ready to go in that furnace and taking them in with them. That's all they're doing. But you tell them I'm doing all right. I ain't got to work. My bills is paid. I'm doing all right. Okay. Gonna be the one to start crying when they pick her up and throw her in that furnace. Gonna be the first one to cry when she's sitting down there on the slow burn in hell for thousands of years. But while she on earth, she'll tell you, I'm all right. Okay, we'll be all right. You'll be all right until it's time. Because the majority of people that tell you they all right. Y'all remember that commercial? All righter is all right. Well, all righter ain't going to be all right when the spirit get tossed into that furnace. The only thing that can kill you, not your physical body, the only thing that can kill your spirit is that furnace. Everybody that's died is still alive somewhere. They either in Hades or Sheol or hell, or they in paradise. They one or the other. They talking about their spirits roaming around, and no, they're not. Those just demons. Haunted houses. There's a number of demons in there. That's all it is. Number of demons. Because you notice, don't none of them places do anything good for you. They always do bad, don't they? People go in there and don't come back out. It's never nothing positive. Nobody ever go in them haunted houses and say, hey, I went in there and got rich. If you love money, if you love sex, if you love nice cars, if you love positions of power, if you love the adoration of people, you can't say you walking with God and Jesus. You can't say the words out your mouth. Your behavior shows it. Your behavior. I use the word rock bottom a lot. It's because everybody understands what the word means. When you had enough and you ready to make a change, when you do, everything gonna crumble. Be ready for it. Every once in a while, something good is gonna happen to get you through it. But we lose sight of that because we only focusing on the bad. I made the show yesterday, and it ain't the first show I made. When I asked, is the show dying? Is the show dying? Is it slowly dying? People don't come by anymore. Nobody's chatting. But I had to reminisce and remember, no matter how bad things seem, people do step up out the blue. Would it be nice if they were here every day? Yes. But people step up out the blue. When I was in the hospital, people stepped up. Mud Dog Boy Jan, that helped us out. Blessed Always came by. She helped out. Chung Lee came out of nowhere and helped out. Even Triple Darkness came out of nowhere and helped out. So, with all the things that we've done over the past 20 days, people have came up and helped out. Nia came up with the idea about the Advantage plan, but Nia also came back with the dual plan. That dual plan is going to give me no copays, and my prescriptions can't be higher than $3.95. And you can take them and get 90-day supplies so that you only pay that $3.90 every 3 months, not every month. Whereas right now we paying between $9 and $14. Now, it'd have been better if we would have got that last month. We wouldn't be dealing with this. But you can't look at it that way. I just got to survive the next 2.5 months. With the new plan, I'm probably going to have to get new doctors because, see, the doctors didn't want me to get this plan, probably because they either had problems with it, or maybe they had problems getting paid from it, or maybe they didn't qualify for it. There was something that all 4 of them people led me away from the plan. And the sad part is that I seen briefly a description of this plan, and I was told that the plan sucks. Now, who told the people to tell me that the plan sucked? We know who told them. And that's why we got led down the wrong direction. You have people who come in here and say, oh, you're still doing the show. Oh, why don't you go do this and go do that? They don't never say, good job. You don't hear that. The fact that we are doing better, we staying under 280 pounds. We've gotten, for diabetics, we've gotten our feet checked out. We've gotten our vision checked out. We go back Tuesday, I believe. Tuesday or Wednesday. One of them is the heart clinic, and the other one is the vision. We see the dentist on the first. That's going to be we already know that's going to be a challenge. We go see the din. But it's coming. All these things are coming. And I noticed that ever since I came out the hospital, everything was in jeopardy. Remember, they were cutting everybody food stipend. You was only going to get $20 a month. This new plan, on the first, they send you a Visa card with it's either $93 or $95 on it. And you can use it for your medications, or you can use it to buy healthy food. That'll definitely be a blessing. We just got to make it there. Now, before we got this plan, the only copay that I paid was $10 for the insulin. That was the only thing I paid for. Now we paying for everything. A lot of the things are a 2-month or 3-month supply. So hopefully we won't have a sad Christmas. But come January, things will be different. So we just got to hang on. I was really discouraged yesterday because the one thing I could count on was my TV. Y'all notice that we streaming in the bedroom. Why are we streaming in the bedroom? Because I had to bring the monitor from out the studio. I had to bring it in here so I could watch TV when I'm not live streaming. And to go from 40-inch to this, what we're doing right now, I can barely see it from across the room. But I can barely see it. Y'all understand? I can still see it. It barely, but I can see it. If I want to see the words or change something, I have to bring the mouse and the pad. I have to bring it up to this table. And then I have to sit down and change it and then go lay back down. But I was thinking, with everything else going wrong, I've really put in a lot of effort to that live stream we did the other day. And I was out there pedaling like a beast. When we got into the market, I was hoping there would be a chair there. Because when I was chaining the bike up, my back was killing me. I felt like I felt when I brought the bike up the stairs. And if any of y'all have ever seen video of after I get the bike in the house, how I sound, I was doing that in the market. That's normally after we get back and I put the bike up. So I knew I was in trouble. That's how when we got to the house, I ended the live. I sat downstairs on that step for 20 minutes. And then I took the groceries up. I sat in front of the air conditioner because I left it on for 10 minutes. Then I came back down the steps and sat for another 10 minutes. Then I brought the bike up the steps. Before I made that trip up the steps the first time, I was thinking about calling an ambulance, but I didn't want to leave Marsha in the hallway. And so I sat there until I could feel well. Luckily, I had been bringing the ice water, and I was able to sit down there and drink the ice water. And yes, the water bottle is in the freezer, frozen, ready to go for the next trip. And I sat down there. I had my cat, and I was fanning myself, and I got it together, and I got the stuff upstairs. Then I came back. I brought the bike upstairs. I ate something. I laid down, took a nap, and then I came back live. We came on like 10 o'clock. I got back in the house. It was like 6 something. But I still came back. So it was a blessing because I still came back. You never give them more than what you can handle. And that's why you shouldn't get discouraged when things start to go wrong. You should not get discouraged. You should get encouraged. Because if things starting to go wrong, that means you're doing something right. If things start to go wrong, you're doing something right because the things that you value are not the same things that Jesus and God value. This ain't the first time that TV went up. It went up back in 2019. If those of y'all that follow me, it went up in February. But after a day, it came back on. It went up last week twice. Some of y'all remember? They pay attention. But it usually came back on. It's not doing that now. Through all my hospital stays, through everything I've been through, the one thing I could do was sit there and watch that TV. So that's been taken away. But you can't look at it like that. You got to look at it like, well, if something being taken away, that means something coming to replace it. I've never had a smart TV. Maybe the next TV will be a smart TV. Reason why I never got a smart TV is I connect the computer to the TV. But there are TVs now that got Wi-Fi. And you can go ahead and watch everything, YouTube, everything, without needing the PC. So maybe it's that time. Davey, go sit down, man. Maybe it's that time. So instead of feeling down, instead of feeling depressed, start moving ahead. Because if God allowed the TV to go up in the middle of all this is going on, obviously something better is coming. It's something better coming. So don't agonize of what was lost. Look forward to what's to come. Now, I was sad to find out we ain't sold not one bike. Y'all know we sold the two. That's been, what, a month and a half ago? We ain't sold not one bike. Not one. Is 2 bikes enough to get another TV? Don't know. But I'll keep looking. The seller was supposed to send me. Y'all remember that I was supposed to. No, I don't see anything. Y'all remember that I was supposed to sell 15 bikes, and I could keep Marsha and get the PS6. If y'all remember, we ain't wasted our time because we ain't sold nothing. We haven't sold nothing except for the bike that Mud Dog bought. That's about it, and that don't count. So the guy said he said tomorrow. I don't know if he meant tomorrow, man. He said the weekend, so I guess he mean Monday. So we'll see if he send the money Monday morning. We'll start looking. After looking at this, if I have to take a 20-inch, oh Jesus. If I have to get a 24-inch, I saw a 24-inch for $104. I saw one for $104. But I would like another 40-inch. But if I can't raise the money, I had to get something smaller until I can get what I want. Sometimes you have to take lesser. I don't want to spend $100 on something I don't want, and then a couple months later, come back and spend $100. $150 again. But I could always put the one I didn't want. I could put that in the studio and use that for the show. So we'll see how it work out. But it gave me the idea for the topic today. When you feel defeated, when you feel like the world's against you, when you're trying to do right and everything seems to go wrong, what do? How do you stay on track? How do you not give up hope? How do you not lose faith? You have to remind yourself when everything else go wrong, when everybody else leave you or forget about you, there are two people who don't. That's God and Jesus. And y'all have to realize they think we move too fast. We think they move too slow. They got something planned. And the test is, will you crumble while you waiting for them to come through for you? And people say, what do you mean? They got something planned. Don't nothing happen to you. One thing I learned from the book of Job, a lot of the times the devil got to go and ask to do something to you. And it's got to be approved. If you're not walking with Jesus and God, you get handed over real quick. But will you stay faithful? Will you prove that you're worthy of being rescued? Or will you fall apart and give up and stop trying and just abandon all the good things you were doing to try to go get something that you lost? That's today's question. What do you do when you feel defeated? What do you do when you feel life got the best of you? What do you do when you feel you've been abandoned by God and Jesus? What do you do? How do you cope? How do you deal with it? Well, let's look at what some people say and tell me what you think. When it's hard, press on. Remember, I ain't read these. My son recently received a brand new bike for his 3rd birthday. Now the day goes by that he isn't riding that bike in our driveway, in the cul-de-sac, across the street, or even in circles around our living room. The other day as I was walking beside him, he rode his bike down the sidewalk in our neighborhood. We approached the steep uphill climb, and his little legs began straining at the pedals as he tried to keep his bicycle moving forward. Okay, buddy, I said, let's head back. Why, Daddy? He protested. Because it's hard, I said, and then I stopped. As soon as the words were out of my mouth, I regretted saying them. Somewhere along my own journey, I had picked up the idea that when things get hard, it's time to turn back. I quickly altered the verbal course I had begun taking with my son. But you can do hard things, can't you, buddy? It was more of an affirmation than a question. Yeah, he responded, I can do hard things. I gently placed the palm of my hand against his back as he redoubled his efforts to get himself up the hill. I offered encouragement as he dutifully pushed on the pedals. You're doing good, son. Keep going. Before long, we arrived at the top of the hill, a place we affectionately refer to as the spot. It just happens to be the most beautiful part of our neighborhood. We looked over the rooftops to the lake, where we often come to watch the sunset. It's really lovely, but we would have not seen its beauty that day if we had turned back. There's a unifying theme that permeates the entire Old Testament, the part of the Bible that tells of life before Jesus came to earth. From Genesis through Malachi, we are often reminded that God is faithful. At the same time, we're given ample evidence that God's people are not faithful. They lose heart, they fail, they give up. Yet God is so faithful, he continues pursuing them at any cost. That's where Jesus comes in. One of the themes of the New Testament is that God expects his people to behave differently than they did in the days before Jesus arrived. Sure, there'll be times when we lose heart. We will certainly fail, but despite our shortcomings, we are commanded time and time again not to give up. Consider just a few examples from the scripture. Galatians 6:9. Let's not get tired of doing what is good. At just the right time, we will reap a harvest of blessing if we don't give up. James 1:12. God blesses those who patiently endure testing and temptation. Afterward, they will receive the crown of life that God has promised to those who love him. Hebrews 10:35 to 36. Do not throw away this confident trust in the Lord. Remember the great reward it brings you. Patience, endurance. Patient endurance is what you need now so that you will continue to do God's will. Then you will receive all that he has promised. Did you catch the last part? If we endure patiently to the end, we will receive all that he has promised us. And it says that's a great reward. I don't know everything those words might encompass, but I do know that if God has something good in store for me, I want it. Even if the going gets tough or I find myself straining at the pedals on an uphill climb, I can do hard things because my Father's hand is resting gently on my back, and his voice speaks tenderly over me. You're doing good, son. Keep going. He's speaking those words over you too. So keep pedaling, keep pushing. There's quite a view up ahead. You don't want to miss it. These didn't translate over to the Bravo, so I had to send them to Liz. 3 ways Christians should respond when they feel defeated. If defeat is abnormal Christian living, why do we sometimes feel defeated or even experience defeat? Is the Bible wrong when it teaches that we will be victorious over our enemies? Was David living in delusion when he said that God would not let him be defeated? Are Christians today living in a fantasy world, thinking that God will deliver them from their troubles and that God will cause them to live victorious over the enemy of their souls? Maybe you never given voice to these thoughts, but deep inside have asked questions like these. Wait a minute, did I pass them? All throughout the Bible, we read about God's strategy for victorious Christian living, ranging from the commandments and the law he gave us that taught us how to live at peace with God and man, to Jesus' example while he lived on the earth. Jesus ascended into heaven, but the Holy Spirit lives in us as our guide, our helper, and our comforter, signaling to us in our spirit what is right and wrong Christian living. Victory isn't just possible for a Christian, it's normal for a Christian. Just as hardship and spiritual attack are normal for the Christian life, so is victory. Victory should always follow warfare. But what about those times we either feel defeated or genuinely experience defeat? In our Good Morning Girls Bible study this week, we read David cries for help when he was in serious trouble and on the verge of utter defeat. In Psalms 56, David finds himself captured by the Philistines. We read in the story, 1 Samuel 21, once again, David is fleeing Saul. And in his effort to escape Saul's deadly pursuit, he decides to flee to his enemies. Wait, what? Who does this? And it turned out just as one would imagine. He fled the frying pan and landed right into the fire and ended up having to act like he was having an epileptic seizure to escape. And I'm sure that in penning the subsequent qualms during which he continued to run from Saul, he felt defeated at times. 3 ways Christians should respond when they feel defeated. There's a vast difference between feeling defeated and being defeated. There's even a vast difference from experience of defeat and walking in defeat. As God's children, we may experience defeat from time to time due to a foolish decision, but walking in defeat is the result of a lifestyle of sin. David experienced defeat in Psalm 51 when he made the foolish decision to sleep with Bathsheba. His moral defeat was made worse by his decision to have her husband killed in battle. David's capture by the Philistines was the result of a foolish decision to flee to his enemy, thinking they will offer him shelter from kind Saul. There are times when we may not actually be defeated, when we're in a spiritual battle, but we feel defeated because we are simply weary from the battle. And it is here that many Christians give up, right on the eve of that victory, because they've listened to their feelings more than they listen to God's word. How would history be altered if David had listening to feelings of discouragement and defeat at the very moment that Saul was nipping at his heels? Here are 3 ways Christians should respond when they feel defeated or even experience defeat. 1, let God's word be a mirror to your heart. If you are truly experiencing a defeat, it's because you've allowed the enemies a foothold somewhere in your life. The enemy only has power over us when we give him room to have that power. If we're truly walking in the spirit and not giving the enemy a foothold, we will have victory. That is God's promise. David's sin with Bathsheba wasn't a momentary action that led to defeat. In 2 Samuel 11:1, it says, it happened in the spring of the year, at the times when kings go out to battle, that David sent Joab and his servants with him and all Israel, but David remained at Jerusalem. David wasn't where he should have been. A seemingly minuscule decision turned into a blow of defeat in his life, as during that time, when he should have been the commander in chief he was meant to be, he chose to stay behind in the comfort of his palace. If there is defeat in our life, we need to open the world and allow it to be a mirror of our heart, asking ourselves the hard question: if we have been obedient to God in every area of our life, have we been faithful in our daily quiet times with him? Have we been faithful to gather with the saints? Have we been faithful and given to the Lord, both in time and money? These and other probing questions are essential for uncovering any areas of our life left vulnerable to the enemy for bringing defeat. 2, encourage yourself in God's word. When we feel discouragement and a sense of defeat creeping in, there's one place we need to turn, and that's God's word. In 1 Samuel 30, we find David and his men have returned to Ziklag, where their wives and children were. Worried from battle, they were surely ready to gather their loved ones in their arms. But what greeted them was something they didn't anticipate. The Amalekites had come, raided Ziklag, took their women and children captive, and burned the city to the ground. Angry and grieving, his men turned on him and were prepared to stone him. Certainly, it felt like defeat from all sides. His women and children were gone, and the men he learned to trust with his life now wanted to kill him. As we read in this verse in 1 Samuel 36, now David was greatly distressed, for the people spoke of stoning him, because the soul of all the people was grieved, every man for his sons and daughters. But David strengthened himself in the Lord his God. We see that repeatedly in the Psalms. When I cry out to you, then my enemies will turn back. This I know because God is for me. In God I will praise his word. In the Lord I will praise his word. In God I have put my trust. I will not be afraid. What can man do to me? Psalms 56, 9-11. I will cry out to God most high, to God who performs all things for me. He shall send me from heaven. He shall send from heaven and save me. Psalms 57, 2-3. I will wait for you, O you, his strength. For God is my defense. My God of mercy shall come to meet me. Psalms 59, 9-10. Through God we will do valiantly, for it is he who shall tread down our enemies. Psalm 60:12. Number 3, build your faith in God. Faith is a muscle that has to be built and strengthened. How do we build our faith in God? We start by choosing to trust him in certain areas of our life. And as we watch him come through for us, we find we can trust him for greater and greater things. But just as getting up off the couch to go to the gym and work out is a choice, so faith is a choice. It's a choice to take God at his word and believe his promises are true. It is a choice to reject the doubts that the enemy throws at us every day. It is a choice to reject the promises of fallen man and that their methods and their philosophies work. It is a choice to accept the fact that others may not understand us. They may even speak against us. But God's promises are true, and his victory will come. And the more we choose to put our trust in him, the stronger our faith grows. All right. I hope I didn't get these mixed up. If you ever felt defeated, I recommend you memorize the following scripture. I call it a dynamite scripture because if you believe, meditate, and act upon it, it blows feelings of defeat right up. What is the scripture for encouragement? It is Isaiah 41:10. Fear not, for I am with you. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you. Yes, I will help you. I will uphold you with my righteous hand. When you feel defeated, you may think you're all alone. It can even be seductive to nurture self pitying, defeated thoughts. In a weird way, it can feel good to feel bad. When your emotions are in torment, that is also when you are in the most danger of destructive habits like emotional or binge eating. If you ever thought this way for a long time, this thinking pattern can be comforting, like slipping on an old, ratty bathrobe. But even though the feelings are real, the thoughts behind them are deceptive. When I found myself in this pit, I realized I was entertaining a familiar spirit, one that meant me no good. A familiar spirit finds rest when your emotions are in torment. However, one of the reasons God gives us his words so that we can recognize his truth from lying thoughts the enemy puts into our minds and walk according to the truth. The following article covers 3 thoughts to meditate upon so that you can use Isaiah 41:10 to blow up the spirit of defeat. Let's break down Isaiah 41:10. Fear not, for I am with you. God tells us that basis for which you can have courage is to realize that he is with you. Whatever your feelings say, the truth remains. God never leaves you nor forsakes you. It's always your choice whether to believe God's word or your feelings if they contradict one another. Be not dismayed, for I am your God. Dismayed means that you are discouraged and give up hope. However, the key to counteracting that feeling is to remember the God that you serve. You serve the God who parted the Red Sea, who brought new life to burn wounds, who helped his people defeat countless enemies, who restored sight to the blind, yes, who made the lame walk, who raised people from the dead. Is anything too hard for the Lord? No. I will strengthen, help, and uphold you. The same God promises to strengthen you, to help you, to uphold you with his righteous right hand. No higher reassurance exists than that. If you're feeling overwhelmed, take a moment to write down the answer to these questions. What small thing could I do right now to move forward with the Lord on my side? Taking even just a small action in faith rather than allowing defeat to paralyze you will do wonders for your energy and outlook. It may take time to learn new ways of thinking and acting, but if you are consistent with mediation and practice, you will develop a thankful heart as 2 Corinthians 2:14 becomes your reality. Now be thanks to God who always leads us in triumph in Christ and through us diffuses the fragrance of his knowledge in every place. The Bible says that the renewing of your mind transforms you. Romans 12:2. So resolve today. Oops. Hey. So resolve today to be diligent in the renewing of your mind to God's word and putting it in practice in the day of trial. You'll be able to stand firm with supernatural confidence that will astonish you. Okay. We got one more. I bookmarked 4 things. Where's the other one? Is it this one? All right. Hey, all right. Y'all see this on your screen? Anybody still here? Anybody still here? Hello. So there's 6 of y'all here. Anybody still here? What should you do when you feel defeated? James 1:12 says, "Blessed is the one who perseveres under trial, because having stood the test, that person will receive the crown of life that the Lord has promised to those who love him." What is the most important thing that you can tell a Christian who feels defeated? Although we have the victory in Christ, many times throughout our journeys, we will feel defeated. Whether it's because we are dealing with repetitive sin, spiritual warfare, hormonal imbalance, a relational conflict, or even if you are dealing with physical pain, the most important thing to remember when you feel defeated is that you must never give up. Yes, we must remember that although we feel defeated, we are not defeated because we are in Christ. Our standing with God is based on Jesus. So although we may feel defeated, we will never actually and truly be defeated unless we give in to the feelings and really give up, turning our backs on Jesus Christ. Christ secures our victory forever. Jesus defeated death, sin, and the devil through the power of the gospel. Satan's only ploy left is to get us to turn back around and give back up. So he tries to make us feel defeated, even though we are not. If we accept his lie, this leads to a real defeat when we turn away from Jesus. We live in a time where the war is won, but the battles rage on. Therefore, if we simply keep believing, repenting of sin, and straining towards Christ and his will for us, we cannot end in defeat, no matter how we feel. However, if we turn our back on Christ and simply give up, only then can we be defeated. Eternal security is a biblical doctrine. The only unforgivable sin is the sin that we no longer repent of. I'm not saying that if we sin and forget that we sin and thus never ask God to forgive us of that specific sin, we are doomed to hell. No, Jesus died once for all of our sins. Hebrews 9:28, 1 Peter 3:18. However, repentance means to turn the other direction, to no longer go on sinning as we once did. Therefore, the only sin that will not be forgiven is the sin that we turn from God for and never turn away from. If we do not repent of a sin and simply choose to live in it, never trying to escape its grasp, we are turning from saving grace. You cannot be reeled in by a lifeline you refuse to accept. When this happens, it does not mean that someone has lost their salvation. Rather, it means they never had a true salvation to begin with. 1 John 2:19. So when we feel defeated, we must remember to never give up. So when you run from God, always return to Christ. Colossians 1:21 and 23 explains, once you were alienated from God and were enemies in your minds because of your evil behavior, but now that he has reconciled you by Christ's physical body through death to present you holy in his sight. Oops. But now he has reconciled you by Christ's physical body through death to present you holy in his sight without blemish and free from accusation. If you continue in this faith, in your faith, established and firm, and do not move from the hope held out in the gospel. Let us not move from the hope held out in the gospel. The victory is ours. We just have to finish the race. So no matter how many times you fail, no matter how many times you are betrayed, no matter how many times you turn from God, no matter how many times life does not work out the way you had hoped, so matter how deeply you feel defeated, what is of the utmost importance is that you not give up and you always turn back to God, seeking him above everything else. Anybody have any questions? Before we move on to the news, anybody have any questions? Let's see what's going on in the world. Y'all see we on the, I call it Bravo. It's called Brave. It's commercial free. Commercial free YouTube.
Good evening. Thanks for joining us. I'm Jessica Moore. We begin with that deadly stabbing. Police are now searching for the suspect who killed a delivery worker and stole his bike yesterday morning on the Lower East Side. CBS 2's Thalia Perez joins us live now with the very latest. Thalia?
Jessica, police released new surveillance video today, and they're hoping it helps in the search to find the suspect. New video shows the suspect police are searching for. They say he has a thin build and was wearing jeans and a gray hoodie. Police say just after 1 a.m. Saturday, the 51-year-old victim was found near the Sarah D. Roosevelt Park.
Same age as me.
A slash wound to his face and a stab wound to the abdomen.
After 10 from 4 in the morning, it's now security.
Delivery workers like Abdul Karim say they are on edge after this latest attack because they're under a constant threat of being attacked for their cash or e-bikes.
The delivery job is not safe because sometimes you go in a building, you don't know what kind of people live in there.
In a recent survey, 54% of delivery workers, many of them immigrants, reported being robbed, and 30% said they were assaulted during the robbery. Zachariah says he watches out for any unusual signs during a delivery.
They try to delay the elevator, some of them can carry you like and take your bike.
CBS 2's Maurice Dubois recently spoke with delivery workers who formed a group called the Delivery Boys to patrol the Willis Avenue Bridge connecting the Bronx and Manhattan after their shifts.
You get there and then what?
So when they see those guys all together, they can't do anything.
Strengthen numbers.
Yes.
One way these delivery workers are banding together to try and stay safe. Saturday's stabbing marked the 11th delivery worker killed on the job in 2021. If you have any information, you're asked to call police. Reporting from outside the 5th Precinct, Thalia Perez, CBS 2 News.
Thalia, thank you.
Now that's the one thing that wait a minute. How am I full screen? What do you mean?
11th delivery worker killed on the job in 2020.
Oh, okay, it's in the way.
If you have any information, you're asked to call police. Reporting from...
Sorry about that, y'all. I got. Oh, you can hide it. There you go. All right. I never knew that. All this time I never knew I could hide that. It's a little strip that tells you that the window's open and it keep blocking everything. I keep trying to move it. Now I know I can just get rid of it. That's good.
No one has been arrested in the hit and run that killed 2 women on Detroit's west side. This happened early yesterday morning on Schaefer between Puritan and Finkel. Erica Yancey and her sister-in-law, Brittany Jones, were both leaving a banquet hall when they were hit.
Oh, we saw that yesterday.
Police say they recovered a Kia Soul, the vehicle believed to be involved in that hit and run. A man is hit and killed on the Southfield Freeway at Plymouth. It happened this morning. Investigators say the man left his broken car on the freeway and was hit. The car that hit the victim then burst into flames. Crews temporarily shut down the freeway while they investigated, and police say the driver was not hurt in the crash, but was taken to the hospital for a blood draw.
Former President Bill Clinton released from the hospital today after spending 6 days in treatment for a urinary tract infection that spread into his bloodstream. Clinton was treated at the University of California Irvine Medical Center. While leaving today, he stopped to shake hands and thank doctors who took care of him. The former president also waved to the media and offered a thumbs up when asked how he was feeling.
Is that Hillary? Where's Hillary at? Sounds like Hillary. Is that Hillary?
Our other top story tonight, an arrest is made in the vandalism of a Rochester Hills mosque.
His name is Ryan Ahern. He is accused of breaking the glass in a door at the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community Center last weekend. Deputies believe it was a random act, not a hate crime. Victor Williams is live with this. And Victor, the arrest announced on the same day religious leaders have come together at the mosque to stand in solidarity.
Steve, on the exact same day, we're told by detectives that they were able to identify this man by looking at that surveillance video of him coming right around the corner, apparently to do this damage right here. Now, we're told that he was arrested right at his home without any type of incident at all. Despite all of that, the mosque here is insisting that that should be the end of it.
It was not attack only Ahmadiyya mosque. It was attack on all places of worship.
Ryan Lee Ahern has been arraigned for allegedly using a hammer to smash out the window of one of the doors here at the Ahmadiyya Muslim Community Center. But as of right now, the mosque doesn't want to press charges against the 33-year-old man.
We heard that the man is arrested, but we told law enforcement and people that there is nothing from us. We don't want any penalty.
Today, multiple religious communities came together to pray for both Ahern and the mosque in an interfaith prayer ceremony.
When one temple or mosque or any place of worship is harmed, we are all harmed. We all feel that pain.
Any act of hatred or any act of vandalism, any act of threatening cannot remove that fullness from us.
And even though the mosque was always willing to forgive the person responsible in exchange for a conversation, the offer still stands.
Let us come, sit together, build the bridge for friendship, respect.
And at this point, Ahern is facing a misdemeanor charge for vandalism. He has now bonded out of jail. Victor Williams, Local 4.
All right. Thank you, Victor.
No one has been arrested.
You know, it's kind of hard. Let me get y'all opinion. It's kind of hard to feel sorry for other people because they didn't say nothing while we were getting stomped on. They didn't say nothing about Jim Crow. They stood there and acted like they didn't see it. And now with the pandemics, because let's keep it real, the Chinese and had the bird flu and all kinds of things come out their country that's affecting everybody in the world. Now the people are upset with them. Were we supposed to feel sorry for them? They wasn't saying nothing when we were getting beat up and oppressed, you know. But the answer is yes. Because we know what it feels like. Because we've had to deal with that. We should be sharing our experience and knowledge on how to deal with it with those that are suddenly becoming new targets. Because as these people come over here, and they come over here because of the economic opportunity and to make money, this is the reason why they being attacked. The same way when a minority gets a good company going, if they don't stay underground, somebody gonna see them doing well and they're gonna knock them down. They got to be ready for that when they come here. They got to be ready to experience it. And they come on here and they go, I don't understand. Yeah. Why don't you understand? We've been dealing with it for 200 years. And that's why everybody kind of get them a funny look, like, what? Where you been? You been living in La La Land. You know, when they were going around and they were shooting people at the Jewish mosque and all that. They were like, well, where were they at when we were getting beat up? Where were they at when the church was bombed with the 4 little black girls in it? Where were they at? Where were they at when we were getting strung up? But if we were real Christians, we have to forgive that inactivity and show them through understanding and concern that even though you didn't give a darn about us, we're better than that. We still want to help you, even though you never tried to help us. What do y'all think? Anybody have a comment? Anybody? Hello? What? What were they doing in Haiti? Y'all keep going to these places, man. And when somebody come get you.
Tonight, the turmoil and violence rocking Haiti has been directed at American citizens after 17 people on a missionary visit were kidnapped near the capital of Port-au-Prince while visiting an orphanage. The Ohio-based Christian Aid Ministry is posting on its website the group of 16 U.S. citizens and 1 Canadian citizen includes 5 men, 7 women, and 5 children. Join us in praying for those who are being held hostage. The terror, nothing new. This taxi driver saying the effects of kidnapping, people do not go out into the streets. We cannot find people to transport. Armed gangs are believed to control about half the city of Port-au-Prince, with killings and kidnappings on the rise since Haiti's president was assassinated in July. Haitian police say the kidnappings were carried out by the same group, 400 Mawoza, that abducted 5 French priests and 2 nuns months earlier. Do you believe the number of kidnappings this year is in the thousands?
Yes, I do.
Tessa Petit was born and raised in Haiti and describes the country's everyday horrors.
They have been kidnapping everyone from poor merchants on the side of the streets to children going to school. They've been walking into churches to kidnap pastors and parishioners on Sundays in broad daylight.
The conditions in Haiti worsened by a deadly August earthquake, prompting thousands to flock to the Texas border weeks ago, seeking refuge. Professor Eduardo Gamarra is an expert on Latin American relations.
There's no police, there's no military. There hasn't been a military for decades. So who do you go to say, I've just been kidnapped?
Tonight, American citizens trying to lift up the suffering, desperately in need of help themselves.
Thanks for watching our.
I find that really irritating. I really do. I find that irritating that you got a people that got their own land. They got their own. And instead of picking up something and going and busting somebody in the back of their head, they're going to get on a boat and try to come over here and run. Oh, that irks me. Same problem I had with the people in Guatemala. You got your own. Get your own government in line. Get your own in line before you start thinking about going someplace else. Because if you're not willing to fight for what's yours, why do I want to be around you? Why do I want you to come in? Why do I want you? You won't even fight with what you got. I'm just saying.
Tonight, raising their voices for justice. Supporters gathering in Brunswick, Georgia, ahead of the Ahmaud Arbery murder trial starting tomorrow.
We don't want anyone to ever forget about Ahmaud because his death made plenty and a lot of changes around the world.
The 25-year-old was shot and killed last year while out jogging, according to his family. Prosecutors say this graphic video recorded by one of the suspects shows the unarmed man being chased, trapped, and murdered by 3 white men. Travis McMichael, his father, Gregory, and their neighbor, William Bryan. They deny wrongdoing, saying they thought Arbery was a burglar, even calling 911.
I was leaving the neighborhood, and I just caught a guy running into a house being built 2 houses down from me.
The latest high-profile killing of a black man to go before a jury. This is a trial of 3 men for 1 murder, but what do you see as the larger issues at stake here?
Well, this case is going to be a litmus test for where the nation is concerning race relations in the South in particular. It's very, very different than the trial that we saw take place in Minnesota for the murder of George Floyd.
The case, one the nation will be watching as jury selection starts tomorrow. Jury duty summons sent to 1,000 people, far more than usual. 600 of them will appear in court Monday. They'll be whittled down to just 12 jurors and 4 alternates, a process that could take 2 weeks or more.
You want a jury that is unaffected by what they've read about the case, but that also whose worldview keeps them fair and impartial.
A trial whose verdict will echo far beyond Georgia. Raf Sanchez, NBC News.
Still ahead, an NBC News exclusive, never-before-seen body camera video of the January 6th attack. The widow of that
Oh, well, come on then.
his honor. Plus the big Hollywood deal that will...
Hold on now.
Get ready.
Wait a minute. Well, where is it?
Thanks for watching the channel. Follow today's top stories.
Nah, man. I want to see that. I would love to play this, but I know we're going to get flagged. I would love to play this. Y'all remember Kaylee? Isn't she lovely? Wait a minute. How long have we been live? We're going on 3 hours. Y'all can't let me go over. Let's see what she got to say. We don't get flagged for this. We're going to get flagged for this. Well, let's get it.
Joining us now is the author of For Such a Time as This, Fox News contributor Kaylee McEnany, Fox News contributor Leo 2.0 Terrell with us. Congrats on the book, by the way. Kaylee, great to have you both. All right, let's start with you, and I want you to analyze this. The differences, tax cuts versus tax increases, getting rid of burdensome regulation, energy independence, controlled borders, a situation where the world feared Donald Trump meant what he said, and they saw when he beat back the caliphate and killed Soleimani and Baghdadi and others. Question is, I don't see any openness by Biden to change anything. Your thoughts?
No, absolutely not. He's not changing anything. You know, Sean, if everything you do proves to be fatally flawed, like repealing Donald Trump's immigration policies, reversing his economic policies, one would think that you'd reverse course, but he's not reversing course. He seems entirely stubborn. I know everyone says he's not with it. I agree that he's not fully with it. However, I do believe he has a stubborn streak where he doesn't listen to those around him, like on Afghanistan. So that is what we're seeing. We're seeing an administration that is in rapid free fall, 38% approval in Quinnipiac, a left-wing poll. That's when you know you're doing everything wrong, when even the leftist polling company cannot cover for you. It's simply startling to watch, but mostly, Sean, it's so sad for our country. I know that's the way the former president feels too. It's just really sad to see it all unravel.
We're old enough to remember gas lines in the 70s. We're old enough to know the economy that Ronald Reagan inherited, 21.5% interest rates, double-digit inflation, double-digit unemployment in the country. And what did he do to fix it? He reduced taxes significantly, right? Ended burdensome regulation. And the very things that Donald Trump did that made the economy pre-COVID record-breaking. We had every demographic, low unemployment. It never happened before. We never paid less for energy and becoming energy independent. You remember those days? I remember those days. Kaylee may not remember those days. But it got that bad. That's how bad it can get. Your thoughts?
I'll tell you right now, I do remember those days. And I'll tell you how great Donald Trump was as president, because Joe Biden, the only thing he's done in 9 months is he has undone the greatness of Donald Trump. And look what has happened, Sean. I listened to your entire monologue. I was hoping that you might tell me one thing Joe Biden has done in 9 months positively. Nothing. Absolutely nothing but destroying the Trump legacy. And when we talk about Jen Psaki, we got a great press secretary in Kaylee. You don't hear anything from her. You don't hear anything from the current White House press secretary. I don't honestly believe that she's getting information directly from Biden. I think there's a circle of people who's running that White House. And I'll tell you honestly, I think America is afraid of one thing. There is an absence of leadership in the White House. And we're asking ourselves, who is really in charge in the White House? Biden doesn't look strong. He looks weak. He doesn't look fearful enough to scare off third countries. I don't see anything.
All right. Congratulations to both of you.
Tonight, raising their voices for justice. Supporters gathering in Brunswick, Georgia. Ahead.
Will you rewind it? Nah, you taking your time. You're going to play the whole thing over in case we get flagged for that. All right, y'all. I played that, and I really didn't want to because I knew it was going to be a bunch of whining. Donald Trump cut everybody's food stipend down to $20. He said, name one thing that Biden did. Well, thankfully, I'm getting more than $20 or I would starve. I can tell you one thing that Biden did. Am I a fan of Biden? No. But anybody was better than Trump. Trump would let people starve. You can tell me what you want to tell me. That's a vindictive man. And if they dumb enough to vote for him again in 24, I don't know what to say. A man who will put that program into place after he found out he wasn't winning the presidency, that he will let people starve during a pandemic. You can't tell me nothing about Donald Trump. I will chomp you down for hours. Because the stuff that they were complaining about is stuff that we don't need. Let's keep it real for a minute. If we would get out of other countries' business and handle our own business, we don't need somebody to scare other dictators. You scare them by being independent and doing your own thing. We can make electric cars now, electric tanks, electric airplanes. Why are we still worried about oil? Why don't we focus on that? Huh? So we ain't got to worry about what's going on in the Middle East. Why can't we take care of America first? Get America straight. Then we can start worrying about what's going on in the rest of the world. We can't even take care of home. Why are we worried about what's going on in the other world? You start transferring all the cars over to electricity and gas hybrids. That's jobs. That's jobs. People are going to have to make the parts. People are going to have to. Why do we have so many other countries making things for us? How come we can't make a car that's affordable? How come we can't make a TV that's affordable? How come we can't make an electric bike that's affordable? Every American bike company that makes electric bikes, prices are out the world. Why is it that the Chinese and the Asian and the Philippine, why is it that the Japanese can build things cheaper than we can build them? Why? Ask that question. Because Republicans want you to do everything and don't want to pay nothing. They don't want to pay you nothing. They don't want to give you no benefits. They don't want you to have no child care. They don't want you to have nothing. But they worrying about what's going on overseas. You worrying about what somebody who you don't see every day is doing, but you ain't worrying about the people you come outside. And then you wonder why they put a gun to your head. You wonder why they robbing you. Let's deal with these issues. The fact that you sat there and had a president and Donald Trump, whose citizens said they wanted to tear down them daggone statues. Why do we have statues and street names and army bases named after criminals? Those Southern Confederates, they were criminals. They were American homegrown terrorists. And they did terroristic things. Why are we honoring them? And the people came out and said it. And Donald Trump was going to say, well, we're not taking down nothing. But you sat there and let them. You sent the federal troops. You sent police out there to tell people that they can't tear down monuments that their parents paid for. Government didn't pay for them. Their parents did. If they wanted to tear them down, they should be able to tear them down. Now I got issues with both the Democrats and Republicans, because neither one of them wants you to have a gun, but they got them. The people that's guarding them got them. Neither one of them wants you to ride in a nice car, but I guarantee you their limousines are gas guzzlers. They want you to ride the economy airplane, but I bet you if they ain't got their own, they riding first class on the biggest fuel guzzlers that they can find. You got a lot of politicians that live in La La Land because they in such a small world. when they come outside, they don't see no problems. We were talking about Chicago last week. For all the people that talk about how bad Chicago is, the other parts of the state, the people don't have them problems. So why can't we fix Chicago? Look at Detroit, Michigan. There's a lot of people that got money. Hey, Nia. There's a lot of people that got money in Detroit, but you don't see them because they're quiet. But you only hear about the fools. A lot of people in Philadelphia have money, but you don't hear about them. You only hear about the fools in Philly. In my state, Maryland, it's a lot of money here. It ain't money, it's the distribution of it. I can drive a mile and a half from where I'm living at right now, and we can see $500,000, $1 million homes. And y'all see me ride through them neighborhoods. And what's the one thing you don't see? You don't see minorities unless they working on the yard. How many times have y'all seen me ride through them beautiful neighborhoods and you see somebody black? Be honest. The people that got money keep to themselves and make almost a wall around. But when somebody come through that wall and see they got nice stuff and they try to get it, you want to crack down on the citizens that ain't doing that. You want to come take things away from the citizens that ain't doing that. If you go out the White Marsh area, right off of Silver Springs Road, you'll see a road that says that it dead ends. No way out. Translation, don't come in here, ain't nothing here. But if you go down there and it's only 0.5 miles, so they say, a roadway. It's nice houses back there, nice apartments back there. And guess what? They got a big place that got pools, tennis courts, baseball fields, everything you could want. Guess what? If you don't drive back there and look, you'll never see it. And the signs direct you not to look. And you won't see it off the road even if you do go. You're going to have to go down a half-mile road to even get to that. It's hidden. That's called hiding. Hiding stuff from ordinary citizens. So why these uppity people, whether they're Republican or Democrat, as long as you keep trying to hide, people are going to try to come find you. And don't get mad when they come find you, because they're going to come find you. A lot of white people ran from the city. And they don't realize people running right behind you. A lot of people in New York, they work in the city, but live in the state part. They don't live in the city. Guess what? The criminals is coming out there. They know you out there hiding, and they're coming to get you. That's why you got the police going around bothering hardworking minorities that might happen to be near the neighborhood. You got them harassing them. But then you tell us, oh, look at the poor people in Haiti. Look at them. You warn the people that you got right now in this country. How the heck can we be worried about what's going on? You treating them better than you treating us. You wonder why people doing the carjacking. To get money to survive. They in water in the city out. They got to go somewhere to get it. And that's where they're going. Why not find out why they doing it? There's got to be a reason why. I think the reason why is easier than trying to lock everybody up. I'm just asking the question. But you want me to care about what's going on in North Korea. You want me to care about what's going on in Saudi Arabia. What's going on here in our country? Why is it when you talk to the youth, especially in our inner cities, you talk to the youth, they don't have no spirit. They don't have no life. Most of them feel downtrodden, run down, no hope. Why is that? Why is it in the richest country in the world, our youth feel they can't do nothing? With all the grants that's out there, why nobody advertising them? There are people that live in raggedy homes that can apply for a nice home, but they don't know it. Why ain't somebody telling them? Why do you have to go search and search and search and search to find things that supposedly are offered for free? There are things that we can do to stop crime, things we can do to stop poverty. We keep taking away rights instead of instituting morality, spiritualism. All we talk about is locking people up and taking away their rights. We can tap your phone lines. We can do no knock on the door warrants. We can stop you on the street even if you ain't doing nothing. We doing all these things instead of finding out what's causing the issue. Ellison says Donald Trump gave him over 20,000 last year. Biden gave you nothing. Well, what's going to happen when somebody find out you got that 20,000 and they come to kick your door down to get it? Huh? What's going to happen when somebody find out that you doing well and they coming to get you? What they talking about is going on in Haiti should be going on right here. I'm just saying to you, what's going on in Haiti right now really should be going on here. If it wasn't for the military, it would be going on here. I'm asking you, Alistair. It would be going on. The gangs are running Haiti right now. Because the people wasn't doing nothing. So the gangs got together and said, we're going to take it over. And the people that wasn't doing nothing when the government was holding them back, now that they shot the president and it took over the government, the people, instead of picking up their own guns and saying, hey, the government was bad enough. Y'all are worse. Y'all kidnapping people. We got to take you out. They trying to run here. What would happen? What would happen if all the gangs decided to get together and try to take over the country? See, Haitian doesn't have the military power that we have. So it's unlikely to happen. In most civilized countries, people try to do stuff under the radar. In uncivilized countries that don't have good military force, they do things on the radar and say, I dare you. That's why we got so much crime over here. People staying under the radar. That's why you hear about it's gangs that's doing the carjackings. And they got a way to break them down and sell parts. But they doing it under the table. Under the radar. That's the only difference. Elsa says America is over with. The days of Reagan's America are over with. The number one thing I hear about Democrats is they spend too much money. But yet Republicans spend more money than the Democrats do. When Obama went in, he went in to a country that was in bad shape. When Bush came in, the country was stable. And Bush spent money. Trump spent money. The fact that Trump had several chances to do that $1,200 stimulus check. He'd still be the president. He had several chances to do it. Even when he found out that he lost and it was going to be a Democratic president, Republicans could have still kept the Senate if they would have done the $1,200 stimulus check. Seeing that he lost in November, all the way up until January, when they had the Georgia re-election, and there were 2 seats available. 2 seats available in Georgia. He still wouldn't do the stimulus check. The Republicans would have control of the Senate if they had given the stimulus check. Then they tried to do the $600 check, and that really pissed people off. Republicans didn't want you to get that stimulus check because their friends wouldn't benefit from it. Their buddies wouldn't benefit from it. That's pretty much what it is. The people they run with, the people that put money in their pockets, they don't benefit from it. Allison said under Trump, they gave out billions of dollars and still lost. Yeah, but the businesses wouldn't get anything. Why do you think they had a fit about when Trump said, I'm not going to pass this bill? It got all this stuff for the military in there. It got stuff in here for people studying animals that we don't even care about. Millions of dollars for people to look at trees. Money for Nigeria. And he tried to take a stand and say he wasn't going to sign the bill. The majority of the money in that giant bill was for contractors that was putting money. And that's not be true about it. Democrats and Republicans' pockets. They made sure that they forced Donald Trump to sign that bill so they can get their money. That's what motivates them. The people that's greasing their palms. The people that's greasing their palms. They don't want the regular citizen because you ain't nobody. You ain't doing nothing for them. All they want you to do is vote for them. That's it. The average citizen has no value to these politicians. Your vote. Elder said no bill gets passed by the Congress unless the senators get their pet projects introduced into the bills, and that's how bills are passed. Right, that's how they make their money. Politicians don't live off the money you give them. They live off the kickbacks that they get from businesses in countries that want them to put the personal agendas up front. We could have been switched over to gas and electric hybrids. But who's making the money off the oil? Go ask any person that sells gasoline. The price says $3.20. How much money does the actual dealer get, the seller? What does he get? I used to work at one. They get 40 cents a gallon. In my lifetime, I've seen gas as high as $5 a gallon. If they only getting 40 cents, where the rest of that money going? Where's the rest of the money going? Every time you go to gas your car, I want you to think, as you go get on the gas owner for having high prices, he only get 40 cents. Where the rest of that money going? He only get 40 cents. For those of y'all that still smoke, every time you buy a pack of cigarettes, I think it costs, what are they, R&J Reynolds, whatever the cigarette manufacturers are. How come you can get the generic cigarettes for $3 or $4 a pack, but the name brands cost between $7 and $15? It only costs 50 cents. to make a pack of cigarettes. Where the rest of the money going? For those of y'all that drink alcohol, it doesn't cost a lot of money to make alcohol. That's why they can sell beer for $1 and something. Doesn't take much. But they introduce a tax on top of the tax. Not only do you pay 6% sales tax, you also pay a tax to your city. Now, that 99-cent bottle of beer might cost you $1.99. They figure you won't pay it, you want to drink. All it is, just like Elsa said, it's about power. Politicians that want everything and don't want you to have nothing. And we'll give you crumbs to keep you happy. We'll convince you that the crumbs that we give you, so that when somebody say, hey, you sitting here eating steak, but your constituents is eating ramen noodles. Yeah, but we gave them, we gave them a stipend to get the ramen noodle. They should be all right. You tell your constituents not to fly. It's bad for the environment. You tell them, why don't you bike or hitchhike? But they got their own private jets. But they want you to save the environment by not using oil at all. It's a kind of hypocrisy. It's hypocrisy. How come the federal government gives the states monies for schools, but when you go to the schools, you don't see no improvement? Where did the money go? I can tell you here in Baltimore City, I can hear the governor's office say we gave $5 million to the city. And then I go to school and everything's still the same. Well, where did $5 million go? You go read the paper and then you find out, well, some money got put here, some money got put there, some money, they don't know where it is. Who pocket is it in? Let's be real. And then the first thing they do is stick a minority in the lowest place of power. They take all the money, and then the minority got to come on TV and say, well, things will get better. Things will get better. It's coming. To calm down the people, they want to know how come the children dumb as a doorknob, but supposedly the school got a $5 million grant. Why the teachers still so bad? Why have to pay so bad for the teachers? But they got a $5 or $10 million grant. Where the money? How come they ain't no new computers? How come they're using the same books the parents was using 20, 30 years ago? Nobody asked those questions. They're like nothing never happened. I don't know if y'all remembered, but we had a senator, Larry Young. They ousted him because he was doing the same thing that the white senators have been doing for hundreds of years, taking kickbacks. He took a kickback from Coppin State College. They nailed him on it. Every senator before him did the exact same thing. Now, he shouldn't have done it, but everybody else was doing it. Why did they rat him out? Why did they rat him out? They when Obama did that swing where he went up the East Coast before he came to D.C., he made a stop in Maryland. Our mayor was not able to be up there to greet him. Why wasn't she up there to greet him? Because they nailed her. Because she took some Best Buy gift cards that were supposed to go to poor orphans so that they could go to Best Buy and buy some video games. She took a couple of them cards and gave them to some of her friends. They busted her for it and ran her out of office. I know she's not the only politician that took a donation and took part of it, but they nailed her to the point that the city felt that if she was there to greet the new President Biden, it wouldn't look good. So if she wasn't able to participate, but yet the mayor that replaced her, there was a lady who did stuff for the homeless, and on Thanksgiving and Christmas, she would have a turkey drive, and the mayor that replaced her took some of the turkeys or something. They nailed her for that. What was her name? Stephanie. Then we got another black female mayor. They nailed her. How come these black people get nailed but nobody else get nailed? They nailed her because she wrote children books and she got the school system. She was on a board that determined what books the school system would use. And they chose her books. And they saying that it's a conflict of interest because she on the board, she shouldn't have been able to push her books. They didn't say the books wasn't good. They nailed her for that. Now we got a young dude. I played him yesterday. Young dude, like he in the 20s. I wonder what they're going to nail him for. They're going to nail him for going to the club? You're the mayor, you shouldn't be in no club. What are they going to nail him for? While we just sit back and let all this stuff happen. And instead of dealing with what we need to deal with, we worry about what's going on in other countries. We let them take our minds off of what's going on here. I said it last year and I'll continue to say it. I've been calling since March for Trump to shut down the border. And don't let nobody in, don't let nobody out. Let everybody that got it, just do it. Just do it for 2 weeks. Let everybody that got COVID get it out their system. Those that die are going to die. Those that's going to make it, we move on. Let's go. Nope. He sat there and still let people come into California. People still coming in. And now you see wherever there seems to be a border or some water. Look at the cases. Wherever is water, where somebody can get off a boat at, that's where the majority of the cases was. The places that was nowhere near the coast, they were doing all right. Why wouldn't you just shut them down? No, we got to keep everything coming in. I said, why couldn't they give everybody $4 or $5 grand to pay their bills and to stock up on food and stay on your property for 2.5 weeks? Let everybody that got the COVID, the people that's going to recover, let them recover. The people that's going to die, let them die. We could have lost maybe 30,000 people to the COVID. Instead, we've lost, how many we've lost? What, 600, 700,000? That one move. But no, can't shut down. I remember when Georgia had almost no cases. And I was saying, shut everything down. We're not shutting anything down. Georgia became number 3 on the list. Y'all remember? It was California, Florida, Texas, and Georgia. They had actually knocked New York out the way. New Jersey is down there at number 12 now. It used to be New York and New Jersey. It became the states that Trump was saying were doing so well. They became the top 4. They kept letting people come in. They kept doing business. Until we take care of our own country, we ain't got no reason to say anything about anybody else's country. Take care of home first. The fact that we got a segment of our population that thinks it's okay to go to jail, that thinks it's okay to put a gun to somebody's head at the ATM. They think it's okay to put a gun to somebody's head and take their car. Why are we not dealing with that? Why are we worrying about other things that don't matter? Why are we not dealing with those? Those are our issues right now. Why are we not dealing with it? Oh, I can't live in New York. Oh, I can't live in Chicago. Oh, I can't live in Detroit. You know how much money people have that are living there? How come the people on the outskirts of the state do well, but the people on the inside? How come the people on the outskirts do well, but the people who live on the inside in the cities, why are they out there scrimping and scraping? Why are we not dealing with that? For all the talk about hope and opportunity and everything available and all of this, why is it that a diploma from one of their local schools, an immigrant can come off the boat and get the job that a high school graduate will get? Somebody explain. I'm just asking. An education should be a right, not a privilege. But an education is a privilege. People don't realize that. It's a privilege. And your state can tell you, we don't want your child in the school. Ain't nothing you can do about it. It's not a right, it's a privilege. The fact that the laws that were passed through Bill Clinton about people that sold crack got 10 times the penalty as people that sold cocaine. They use fear of crack addict junkies coming in their house to rape their women. They get people to go along with that. Has it changed? some big black Mexican, some big black, some big Mexican is going to come in your house if you don't pass this bill. They got all these gun laws. Yet the criminals can get a gun faster than a law-abiding citizen can. But they got all these laws. Why nobody don't ask the question? Well, we're going to limit the good citizens and not let them get a gun, but we'll drop off guns at certain places in the city so the criminals can have them. Or we'll let them smuggle them in over the border, and then we'll distribute them to the gangs. Until we come clean, America's never going to be right. Politicians need to come clean. The governors need to come clean. The mayors need to come clean. The city councils need to come clean. Till everybody come clean. Ain't nothing going to get right. A lot of the cops in Atlanta quit. They didn't quit being police officers. They just went to other areas. Because they were going to be held accountable for what they did. Oh, no, heck no. No. I'm going to pick up and move. The majority of the crazy cops, they get moved to another jurisdiction or another state. They still working. And until it's another high profile case, we're not going to know. It's crazy. And now that they got the mandates for the cops to get vaccinated, a lot of cops are going to quit. And some cities like Chicago are going to have to hire inept cops, people that can't even pass the test because they're going to have too many openings. That's the next thing coming. You're going to start hearing about more road cops because they weren't good enough to be on the force in the first place. But they're being accepted now because they're getting to the point of desperation. That's always been a problem in the city. But now when you put the mandate, the people that don't believe in the vaccination, the people that's not going to get the venom, the people that don't want to wear masks, they're going to go to a place that's going to allow them to do what they want to do. And then they're going to have to hire some jackoffs. And we're going to see a lot more interaction between the public and these cops that ain't good enough to be cops. You know? The same way they talking about don't nobody want to go in the military. Military start hiring gang members. So desperate. Go sit down. The gang members is going back and showing the gang the military tricks. Now the gang's out shooting the police. Just picking the cops off like they ain't nothing. And then you don't have good cops in the beginning. It's not going to get better, y'all. It's going to get worse. That's Fox. Can't do nothing about that. We already covered that. We covered that already. There we go. Sit down, man. We already saw that. I wish I could show that we get flagged. I'm down to see what this is, though. This guy says that this e-bike is better than any electric scooter. I bet it's not even an e-bike. Well, let's see.
Hello, Electroheads. Today we have an exclusive that no one else has really seen in the UK. This is the Fido bike. It looks like a monkey bike, and it's the new revolution in small motorcycles. It's basically a tiny...
That's not an e-bike. It don't have no pedals. Hope we don't get flagged for that, because this is terrible.
Well, that's a good job. I mean, your job is to hunt them down. And if they're in Mount Vernon or if they're in Yonkers, and you get information that they're in Brooklyn, and then you come...
They be closer now, man.
That's exactly where police officers from New Rochelle ended up. The hunt for a killer in
Go sit down, will you stink? You went to the bathroom?
In Brooklyn on Myrtle Avenue near
Come around me for?
The suspect New Rochelle police were searching for was wanted in connection with the murder of a cab driver in their city. When officers found the suspect around 11 o'clock in the morning, authorities say he was in no mood to go peacefully.
I just heard like 8 to 10 gunshots this morning.
Bullets were flying. A flurry of gunfire sent residents running and ducking for cover as the suspect opened fire on the officers, and they then shot back. Fortunately, neither the officers nor the suspect were injured in the shootout. The New Rochelle Police Department moved in and arrested the man, bringing the violent encounter to an end. Although no one was hurt, there were plenty of Brooklyn neighbors left shaken and terrified.
Are they that comfortable coming to our community and just shooting up a neighborhood? When you look at the nights of developments, you'll see that we have low windows.
Shots fired in downtown Brooklyn by officers, but they were not New York City cops. The big break in the case of a murdered cab driver. Good evening, I'm Jen Maxfield. A wild shootout in downtown Brooklyn between officers and a suspected killer. Those officers, not the NYPD. The suspect wanted for a cabbie killing in Westchester County. Around 11 a.m., the out-of-town cops were hunting for the shooter, wanted for killing a cab driver in New Rochelle last Thursday. When they found who they were looking for, gunshots followed. News 4's Adam Harding is live in downtown Brooklyn with what we know now. Adam.
Hey, Jen, good evening to you. Witnesses report hearing several gunshots in this Brooklyn neighborhood. Behind us here, you can see how many blocks have been blocked off by the NYPD. Even though New York police tonight on scene, they say it was not their officers who first responded to this neighborhood. They say it was police from Westchester County searching for a suspect linked to a days-old murder. The shootout happened early Sunday outside this Brooklyn housing complex. We found a shattered window, but police say no one was injured.
We want to know who really shot and why they shot so many times, especially since no one was hit.
Even though the shooting was within city limits, the NYPD says its officers were not involved. Instead, they say New Rochelle police were here to make an arrest. A source confirming to News 4 it's in connection to the murder of a cab driver earlier this week. For days, the family of Andres Valenzuela had been pleading for information. He was killed earlier this week, moments after getting off his shift. His final dispatch call on the job showing no signs of distress.
It's sad to see a hardworking man, get killed like this. We want to ask everybody, if they know something, come forward. Please help this family.
A motive in the case hasn't been revealed, leaving other cab drivers in New Rochelle fearful.
Everybody's on edge. Everybody's concerned. What if it's me? What if I'm next?
Tonight, there are a number of questions surrounding Sunday's arrest, including what prompted the shootout involving police from another jurisdiction. And tonight, again, that crime scene behind us still very active. Hours after that shooting, we saw police searching around this car a short time ago as part of that investigation. New Rochelle releasing a statement late tonight confirming that their police were following up on their investigation that brought them here to Brooklyn. They say they expect to release more information, in their words, shortly. But so far, Jen, no update from them. We are live tonight in Brooklyn. I'm Adam Harding, News 4 New York.
John, thank you. New video this morning in a deadly stabbing on the Lower East Side. Police say a delivery worker was killed and his e-bike was stolen. CBS 2's Christina Fan is live at the scene. Christina?
Did we see this already?
Good morning, Cindy. Delivery workers in the city say they are in constant fear of being robbed. The e-bikes that they ride for their jobs can cost upwards of thousands of dollars and make them a prime target for thieves. Saturday morning, a 51-year-old man lost his life over his.
Police need help this morning identifying the suspect seen on screen.
We saw this already. My bad, y'all.
They say the man stabbed a food delivery driver to death.
Shots fired in downtown Brooklyn by
That's 3 weeks ago. They showing this old stuff.
Well, that's a good job. I mean, your job is to hunt them down, and if they're in Mount Vernon or.
Back here in San Francisco, where 5 Walgreens stores around the city will be soon closing their doors for good. Brazen robberies like this one have become an epidemic. And tonight, KPIX5's Betty Yu asked some city leaders what's being done to help.
This Hayes Valley Walgreens located on Gough Street is one of 5 closing in San Francisco next month. Walgreens is blaming the rising cost of organized retail crime.
You need to go, man. You need to leave the store.
This kind of brazen shoplifting at a San Francisco Walgreens is just one example of a trend that's forcing the chain to close stores permanently.
I needed to stay open because now and then I need me some Tums for heartburn. They got a pharmacy up in there. I really love that.
In a statement, Walgreens said retail theft across our San Francisco stores has continued to increase in the past few months to 5 times our chain average. We increased our investments in security measures in stores across the city to 46 times our chain average.
Even in the location in my district on Mission and Ocean, just a couple months ago, they started to put officer there.
But Supervisor Asha Safai said it's too little too late since that store is closing. He recently proposed legislation that would allow sheriff's deputies to work as security guards for businesses.
And I think that the culture of leniency, there's a laissez-faire attitude that we've had.
Elena Norberg Brown says it's not uncommon to see people stealing at our neighborhood Walgreens.
People getting necessities like toilet paper and dish soap and not toothpaste, it's locked up now, but they're getting necessities.
Just walking out with it?
Walking right out.
In San Francisco, Betty Yu, KPIX 5.
The Walgreens says that each store will automatically transfer prescriptions to another Walgreens within a mile radius. Patients will also be notified by mail.
So instead of getting security, but I understand. They say it's not enough.
Well, that's a good job. I mean,
they're losing too much money. So what about the seniors in that area that's going to have to get a cab now to go get their medicine? What about the people that don't have cars that's going to have to take 3 or 4 buses to go get their medicine now? It's just crazy. Fox. Whoa.
The search is on for a man who punched a woman in the face because she was too slow at a green light. Here's the video. He walks up and punches her through the open window. Channel 2's Tom Jones is live in North Fulton County. And Tom, a witness recorded this incident.
Yeah, that's right, Linda. Police say a witness pulled out the phone and started recording at this intersection when he saw a man walk up to that car and punch that driver in the face. Officers later identified the suspect as Fabian Perry. They say all of this road rage over a driver letting a green light turn red.
He ended up
punching her through the window and striking her in the face.
It was a road rage incident that has people wondering, what are drivers thinking of?
I just can't fathom people doing that. It's just, that is so sad.
Watch again as Alpharetta police say Fabian Perry punched a 53-year-old woman in the nose because she was slow to proceed after a red light turned green.
It should never happen, obviously. The guy's out of line.
It happened October 8th at the intersection of Mayfield and Canton. Officers say Perry first went to the woman's car and cursed her out.
So I believe she tried to dial 911, which caused her to miss an additional light cycle.
Police say that's when he went back to her car and punched her in the face, causing her nose to bleed.
It shouldn't happen. There's no reason for it.
Police say Perry hit another car as he drove away. He now faces several charges, including 2 counts of hit and run.
Criminal trespass for kicking the vehicle and a battery charge for striking the victim in the face and leaving visible injury.
People say it just doesn't make sense.
I'm so sick. It's just heartbreaking.
And police are asking Fabian Perry to turn himself in. They're also asking the public, if you know where he is, to give police a call. We're live in North Fulton County in Alpharetta. Tom Jones, Channel 2 Action News.
They know who he is, but they ain't got him. They know who he is, but they ain't got him in custody. Really? So what, did he get on the boat? Go back where he came from? What?
Another big story, a mother searching for answers after police say they found her son's body in a Clayton County neighborhood. In just the last 2 hours, she spoke with Channel 2's Matt Johnson. He's live right now at the Krispy Kreme in Stockbridge. And Matt, that's where police say that the youngster was heading to meet up with someone that he met online.
Wendy, this is the last place that anybody saw Logan Wade alive. His family had spent days trying to find him while he was reported missing. And now they just need some answers as to why he's not with them anymore.
He deserved to have a future full of good things, not to lose his life at 15 years old.
Logan Wade's mother is struggling to make sense of what happened to her 15-year-old son.
He was a good boy. He was gentle. He's not this bad person that he's being betrayed to be.
His family reported him missing last Friday morning after he didn't come home Thursday night. Clayton County police say they found a body that matches the description of Wade on Tuesday afternoon.
I know social media chatter is going on, but we believe this to be Mr. Wade. At this point, we are actually trying to get DNA confirmation on whether or not it's him.
Investigators say the victim they found was shot and found dead in some woods on Saginaw Drive in Rex.
And I seen all the police lined up over there. And then my neighbor told me they had found a body in somebody's backyard.
Look at that bicycle weave on top of her head.
He thought was a friend at the Krispy Kreme in Stockbridge, but he never came home. According to Clayton County Police, Wade brought his dad's gun with him when he went out to buy marijuana from someone he met on Instagram. But his family says he was not someone who got in trouble often.
My son was not a drug dealer or a gangbanger. That's not who he was. He was a friend to everybody. He met no stranger.
Police say they have identified some persons of interest and they are getting help from witnesses who may have more information. Wade's family says they need answers before they can even properly grieve.
People that are responsible need to pay for what they did, so they can't do this to anybody else's family.
Channel 2's Matt Johnson back out live with us now. Matt, I know police are really trying to work this right now, but have they said anything about the ages of the people they think may be responsible for this?
Yeah, Wendy, we don't know a lot about what may have led up to this shooting. Why Wade was found.
He was doing illegal activity. I don't feel sorry for him. See, he got anything new?
Oh, no, I'm gonna count how many counters I got on the wall.
Give me a chance to run to the restaurant real quick.
I'm gonna turn my camera away, my bad boy right. See, now I'm gonna start counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But I got my other ones. I'm gonna show you. See my other count right here. 11. 12. And over here, 13. Then right here is 14. So I got 14 counters, y'all. On my wall room, I got 14 counters. See, I'll just show y'all over here. Yeah, so y'all see how I counted all the counters on my wall? See all these counters. See all my beautiful counters on the wall. Y'all see it? All my damn counters on the wall. See, y'all always talk about my counters all the time. So I got 14 counters. That's a lot, huh? In my one room right here. All of this. All these counters y'all love. Y'all wish y'all had counters like I do. Y'all jealous of me. Have all these damn counters. All these counters. You know what I mean? Y'all jealous. Y'all want the wall counters. See, y'all want the wall counters. See? So I got this one over here. This counter. Right here about the hallway. And everybody, you know. So you got the kid one right here with the little costume there on it. Got the lady, got the army black guy, got the white nurse, got the other kid with the white dress and thing on here, the white thing on here, the white army guy, happy hallway over to the wall here, and the little kid with the red cowboy, the little kid with the red cowgirl hat on the cupcake. You got the ones around for hallway and the puppet right here, and the puppet right here on this side. I think it's to the right or left, I don't know. So then you got this home. I got this down here. I got this counter right here. See, I got this counter, the white church and everything. I see the white church and the trees and everything. See, y'all, the other counter got the mouse. The video I did there, we was about to show y'all the mouse right here. You know what I mean? So I can show y'all already. So I can show y'all all this already. All this already, see? Yeah, I'll show y'all all this. I got this one. So you got the little cute dog right here. Cute dog. So you got the coffee lighthouse. See right here. So I'm gonna go one more. See, got the cat right here. cat right here, y'all. Y'all see it? See the cat? So I'm gonna show y'all. See the cute kitty cat? Y'all look, see it? You know, I'm gonna show y'all cat versus dog. See cat. See. So if I get it straight. See, cat versus dog. Who will win? Who will win? Cat versus dog. So hey, there I go. See y'all. See, look. Kitty. I'm gonna hang this back up. The motherfucker told me. So I got this counter, y'all. See? So I got this counter. So I got this counter. See, puppies. And this dog right on the way, Lassie. Y'all say it's so cute, huh? Puppies versus kitties. They're coming from outside. Oh no, I'm gonna say good day. I'm gonna say good day now. Good day. All gone. Good day and good night.
All right, I'm back right on time. Thank you, Kevin. Keeping everybody busy for a moment. I'm back right on time. Did we show this?
New at 6, police are investigating after a body was found near Broadway Junction this afternoon in Cypress Hills, Brooklyn. Someone called 911 after they spotted that body on the sidewalk on Van Sinderen Avenue near Herkimer Street. Police say the body was wrapped in a comforter, then placed in a bag with duct tape wrapped around it.
Go to sleep.
Authorities are now trying to identify the
Why don't you
person
go to sleep?
and determine the cause of death.
Ew. Oh, that's a year ago. Davey, I'm gonna tell you something. I blamed you for something that wasn't your fault.
All right. So, yeah, Sergeant Ben Bell. It's Beall with the Harris County Sheriff's Office Homicide Unit. About 7:45 a.m. this morning, Harris County Sheriff's deputies responded to a shooting in the 12,500 block of Deer Grove in the High Meadow subdivision in North Harris County off of Aldine Mail Route. When the deputies arrived on the scene, they located a 31-year-old Hispanic male who had been shot to death and was lying in the front yard of one of the residents. They spoke to the reportee, who advised that her ex-boyfriend ambushed her new boyfriend when he arrived at her house, chased him down, shot him multiple times. He was pronounced dead at the scene. We're in the early stages of our investigation. We're still out here working the scene. We are working to locate a photograph and information on the former boyfriend. And once we have that information, we'll release that to the media with his photo.
You're still looking.
We're still looking for it. There were reports that, other shots fired in the neighborhood. Those do not appear to be related. They were like much earlier in the morning and were several blocks from here. So what was being put out earlier about there being linked shots out here was not accurate. It doesn't appear to be from the looking at the call slips. So we're still in the early stages of the investigation. We do have a 31-year-old Hispanic male dead at the scene. We are looking for the ex-boyfriend at the moment. He has not been charged yet, but he is 27 years of age, Hispanic male, driving a black Mercedes with paper license.
Alrighty, y'all. Something smells like behind. And I blame Davey. I even went and lit an incense in the bathroom. But I walked through the rest of the house. I don't smell nothing. So it's coming in through the air conditioner. Something happened. I don't know. I got the fan on the air conditioner. It's bringing in air from outside, and that's bad. I understand that the Cloverland factory got the cows in it. And y'all heard me outside riding around. Y'all heard me say, pew, got done. Well, the cows is taking a dump tonight. Because I'm sitting here like, Davey, go sit down, man. I'm sitting here like, God darn. That was why I put Kevin on. I went and lit an incense in the bathroom, and it's starting to make its way in here. Something outside. It's got to be the daggone Cloverland factory. It smells like pure behind. I blamed Davey at first. I thought it was her, but there ain't nothing in her little box. On the way back, I walked past the air conditioner. I said, God damn. So that's how I smell outside. That's not good. No matter how you slice it, that's not good. When you smell that so bad, it come in the day going,
Tonight, police are looking for the person who was driving a Lamborghini that a woman was fatally ejected from last night. It happened in Buckhead, and that's where Channel 2's Taisha Fernandez is live. Ty, you were able to speak to a witness who came back to that scene today. Also, some of the victims' friends, they must be heartbroken.
They are devastated, Linda, and one of them was actually here at this intersection of Peachtree Road and Piedmont Road when this fatal incident happened last night. I also spoke to a witness who came back to the scene today and left these flowers here, and she actually just came back and put more.
And then we ran over, literally flagging down cars. I didn't care if I was going to get hit because I wanted to make sure she was going to get the help she needed.
This witness didn't want her name broadcasted on television, but she couldn't bear to go to work Tuesday, traumatized by what she witnessed at this Buckhead intersection late Monday night. She said she saw a woman fall out of a Lamborghini on Piedmont and Peachtree roads, and the driver just took off.
Left her on the road. Me and my boyfriend were just waving down cars so they wouldn't hit the people that were trying to resuscitate her. She had a pulse and then she didn't. Just lying down on the ground, bloody.
I spoke to the victim's close friend of 20 years, Alyssa Vassar.
Just to kind of leave somebody like that, it's just, I'm angry.
I'm sure everybody in her life is angry.
Someone posted this video of the victim that we had to blur because of the people in it. Friends say the video shows the victim accusing the Lamborghini driver of stealing her wallet.
The wallet that she was upset about is something that's sentimental. It wasn't just like, a $12.99 something from Target. It was somebody in her family members who had passed away, and that's why she was so upset.
Now, the video we had to blur goes on to show the victim standing inside the Lamborghini, and then the video cuts off. So we just have to wait and see what the police investigation uncovers. We'll be sure to keep you up with the latest. We're live in Buckhead. Taisha Fernandez, Channel 2 Action News.
It's just absolutely awful to think about what must have happened in those minutes. Taisha, thank you.
That daggone shame. You would kill somebody.
Here, all new at 6. Police wanting answers after they say a local hospital had security escort a very sick man out of a hospital. Someone called 911 after finding the man collapsed just steps from the front doors. He still had medical tubes coming out of his body and ended up in the ER. Channel 2 investigative reporter now live outside Piedmont Rockdale Hospital. Mark, you talked to an officer who helped rescue the man.
Yeah, we went to an address where the patient had apparently lived. We tried him by cell phone. We got a statement in behalf of the hospital, but we also have reviewed police documents, interviewed a Conyers police deputy chief, and reviewed a 911 call. And those things say a lot.
Conyers 911, where's your emergency?
Hi, sir, I am leaving out this medical complex, and there is a gentleman, looks like he just came from the hospital, but he is passed out on the ground.
Common sense dictates that you do not treat human beings the way that we're seeing in this particular case.
He's not responding. I don't know if he's okay or what.
The call came to Conyers 911
It's at the Piedmont Rockdale Hospital.
from a concerned citizen.
Poor guy. But probably needs an ambulance, but he's right in front of the Piedmont Rockdale emergency entrance.
Says Conyers Police Deputy Chief Scott Freeman, who says he's concerned too about the circumstances of a 68-year-old man's discharge from Piedmont Rockdale Hospital Thursday based on what he and other emergency responders saw firsthand or later learned.
He was clearly incoherent.
Freeman says one of his officers documented that a hospital employee said the 68-year-old man had been staying at the hospital 35 days, that Medicare would no longer continue to pay for his treatment at the hospital, and that security dressed him and walked him out. The deputy chief says an officer was told the man was, as a report says, cleared as fit to leave by 2 physicians, and the hospital wanted him gone.
I don't have a good feeling about it. I think it's inhumane.
A statement says, at Piedmont, our purpose is to make a positive difference in every life we touch. We can only provide the best care with the cooperation and consent of the patient. It adds, we do our best to connect patients in need with community partners and social service organizations to provide appropriate after-hospital care, but ultimately accepting these services is at the discretion of the patient.
Literally ejected out to the sidewalk with no help whatsoever. That's just not how we treat people here in this city or this county.
Freeman says National EMS and Rockdale Fire responded, and a paramedic told him the man had a fever, signs of sepsis, which Freeman says is a dangerous internal infection, a urinary tract infection, an elevated heart rate. He says he was loaded on an ambulance to go to the ER.
He needed to be in the emergency department.
Now, Piedmont Healthcare says, unfortunately, hospitals often find themselves caring for people who cannot get into the kind of facilities that bridge the gap between hospital and home. Freeman says that a hospital employee indicated when asked where he wanted to go on hospital property other than inside, the man said Milstead Road and Milstead Avenue, and that's where Conyers Police found him. We sought a response from Medicare. An email said, we are working this for you. Reporting live in Conyers, Mark Winnie, Channel 2 Action News.
What's the purpose of having Medicare if you can get thrown at the hospital? What's the purpose of Medicare if they're going to throw you out the hospital?
Tonight, police are looking for the person.
What good is it? You paid $137 premium. I've never stayed more than 9 days in the hospital. But I don't know anybody who would say somebody got to stay longer than 36 days. What were they doing for him? The man had so many infections and sepsis. Doesn't that mean he was pooping on himself and got an infection from that? What were they doing for that man? They ought to be ashamed of themselves. The hospital ought to be ashamed of themselves. I mean, seriously. You got some vicious people in this world. They threw that man out there on the sidewalk. Didn't call no relatives or anybody. They just threw the man out there on the sidewalk. That's crazy. That's just crazy. And for Medicare to say that they're not going to pay, they should have said, what have you done? That man been there for 30-something days and he got all these things wrong with him. What have you been doing? Take him to another hospital. We're not going to pay you a dime till you tell us what you did. Telling me like he been just laying up in there and y'all just been taking money. And now we're not going to pay no more money. You throw the man out. The man not fixed. Man been there 35 days. There shouldn't be nothing wrong with him. 2 doctors say he ready to go home. He got all them issues. 2 doctors need to be brought up. They need to be brought up on charges. That they would throw somebody out in the street like that. 68-year-old man. Just throw him out in the street like he a piece of trash. Like he garbage. It's ridiculous. Alrighty, nobody ain't chatted in over an hour. So I'll see y'all tomorrow. I'll be going on a ride tomorrow, so Mobile Live. And I think it's a waste of time because ain't nobody buying no bikes, but I guess we can promote the bikes. Would have been nice if somebody would have bought one so I can get a TV. Let's go ahead and do it anyway. Let's fire up the camera real quick. Let's show our trip. All right. Is it showing? Yes, it is. Let's go back. You out here. I want you to hold me tight. $9.90. I lost one. It's $9.99.
Dang, I'd have damn sure took one of them over for 900. 40, you get on a dash.
Yeah, I be riding on the curb. All right, let's get moving. Shoot, he better off for what he got. Ugh, that was nothing. Excuse me, sir. How you doing today, buddy? Pretty good. Yeah, go ahead and get it clean. Shine her up. Nothing wrong with that. You be out there with the big boys. Come on. You know what, Devil? You wrong for that. I ain't gonna say nothing. But you know you wrong. Yeah, the train bridge, train tracks. You be out there with the cars. Okay. Yeah. How you doing? Yep, what I see in the street line. Still a red light. That's crazy. There's the Family Dollar. In the middle of the road. Yeah, you got it. Pull over it. I knew it. Talking about that car coming out of nowhere. Sitting up there. Ain't let us get no momentum. Turn the music on, no music. Can't get a break on nothing today. We can't get a break on nothing. I mean, seriously. How's it going, buddy? He blocking the daggone thing. Uh-oh. Excuse me. Miss, excuse me. Doing the heroin dance. Slow down. Alrighty. I wanted y'all to just see me riding the bike that we call the Marsha Brady. That's what we call her. We call her the Marsha Brady. It's the Paselect PS9 Plus. And even though it's just 3 people here, this is the bike y'all just saw me riding. It's the Pasolect GS9 Plus. I challenge you to find a bike with these features for under the price that I can get you with my coupon. I challenge you. I don't think you can. Let me tell you something about this bike. Look at those 27.5-inch, 4-inch wide fat tires. I'm telling you, they're like riding on pillows. It's got a 9-speed Shimano shifter. This bike has rear flex frame suspension. And let me tell you, it works and it's to die for. It also has front suspension. It comes with a color display. It comes with hydraulic brakes, not mechanical disc brakes, not calipers. They come with hydraulic car-like brakes. It's got a 14.5 amp hour battery. And the battery and controller is hidden inside the frame. So it looks like a regular bike with fat tires on it. But this bike got a 750 watt motor that can peak at 1,000 watts. This is the queen of the hill. This is the mother lode. This is the mother chode. And I'm blessed that they sent me one. It's a pleasure to ride this bike because of what I just told you. This is the best featured bike that they have. 9-speed shifter, 14.5 amp hour battery, full suspension, hydraulic brakes, 27.5-inch fat tires. What more could you ask for? I'm asking you, what more could you ask for? Look at it. Bike is beautiful. Wherever I go, I get compliments on it. People stare at me and they wonder, how could I afford such a fancy bike? Well, they don't know. With all the features this bike has, this bike should be priced at $2,500 with the features that it has, the premium features. This bike is like the total package. Only thing it's missing is fenders and a rear rack. This will be the total package. But you can get a rack. I got a rack for it. I spent $14.23. I got to use one on Amazon for $14.23. See, you can't get rear suspension cheap, but you can't get rear suspension cheap, but you can get a rack and fenders cheap. You can get a set of fenders on Amazon for $6. For those of y'all that are saying, how come there ain't no fenders or rack on there? It's a mountain bike. When you put that stuff on there, you make it look less attractive. Now, a foldable should come with a rack because it's a utility bike. It's a cargo bike. This is a fun adventure. Go out, hit the trails, riding. This is a good commuter bike. Let me give you my coupon code for this bike. Copy it real quick. Hey, Bobcat. I've been on for almost 5 hours. Where you been? Let me copy this. This is my coupon code. Y'all just saw me ride this bike. More people tell you about it. You just saw me ride this. This is what you do with my coupon code. Because see, they're asking for $18.99, and it's worth $18.99. Try to find an e-bike in this class that's going to give you the feature that you get with this bike. But with my coupon code, you only pay $16.99. Name me a company's e-bike that give you these features for this price. Because before you start naming them, first thing I'm going to ask you is, do you get rear suspension? And you're going to say no. I'm going to ask you, do you get a 9-speed Shimano shifter? I'm going to tell you no. I've shown you e-bikes that were $2,000 and they had the Mickey Mouse shifters on there that come on the entry-level bikes. Are they going to give you a 14.5 amp hour battery? Is the controller and battery hidden in the frame so it doesn't let everybody know it's an e-bike to come steal it? Is it stealth looking? This bike, people ask me all the time, is it electric? The foldable one I got, they know it's electric. They say, hey, I know that's electric. This bike, they say, hey, is that electric? They have to ask. The fact that they have to ask, let me know. The fact that they have to ask, is it electric? So not only do you get a good price, you also get stealth. People won't know that you got 1,000 watts of power in your behind when you ride by them. You can be on the trails that don't want e-bikes. You ride it like a regular bike. Put it on pedal assist 1, and you can let the motor help you out. And you ride along and go the same speed as the other bikes going. They'll never know you got an e-bike. But when you out of sight, hit that throttle. Or just raise the pedal assist level up and take off. That's what you can do with the e-bike. This bike looks like a regular bike. Just fat tires on it. I'm telling you, them fat tires are to die for. The 20-inch, 4-inch wide is all right, but man, these 26-inch, and they say 26-inch. I measure them 27.5-inch. Full suspension. Most of the e-bikes somebody could try and throw in my face, they don't have rear suspension. I'm not going to pay this amount of money and I had no suspension. If it's a discount or it's cheap, I understand. I'm not paying no real money for an e-bike that don't have rear suspension. Tesla give you features. Not only do you get that 750 watt motor that can peak at 1,000 watts or more, not only do you get a 9-speed shifter. Most of the e-bikes in this class still got the old 7-speed Mickey Mouse shifter. This come with hydraulic brakes, the brakes like cars use. A color display, not black and white. 5 levels of pedal assist, and if you go into the settings, you can change it to have a lot more than that. You can take it up to 9 pedal assist levels. For those of you that want to get your exercise, 9 levels. I can get you this bike for $16.99, and that's a steal. That's a steal to get all those features. Now, if $16.99 is too much for you, then why not check out the GS9? I'm still waiting to hear back from Mud Duck. This is a step below. I'll explain why it's a step below. But check it out. It comes in 2 colors. It also comes in this color. Now, I don't know why they keep using. I don't know why they use. Somebody took these pictures and they make the bike look white almost. Can we see a picture of this bike? I want to show you how pretty this bike is. Oh, this site got a better picture. This ain't the one I'm looking for. Whoever took these pictures used too much lighting. Just take a look at this bike. Look at it. It's absolutely gorgeous. It don't have the 4-inch wide fat tires like the bike I just showed you do. But we call this the middle child. This is the Jan Brady, the Pedelec GS9. The bike I was riding earlier and I just showed you was the Plus. It was the GS9 Plus. This is the regular GS9. This is our Jan Brady, the middle child. Why do I call it the Jan Brady? Because Jan can do a lot of stuff that Marsha can do. But most of what Marsha and Jan can do, Cindy can't do in any of it. Because she's the baby. We'll get to her in a minute. But this is for those who don't want them 4-inch wide fat tires, but still want the features that Marsha has. This is only 27.5-inch, 2.8-inch wide tires. But both Marsha and Jan both have that same flex frame suspension. So you get suspension. Marsha got a 14.5 amp hour battery. This bike only has a 13 amp hour battery. They both got color displays. Marsha's display is better, the bike I just showed you. The Plus. That's why it's called the Plus. This has an 8-speed shifter. The bike I was riding has a 9-speed shifter. They both got the hydraulic brakes. The only difference is the tires, the battery, and the motor. This has a 500 watt motor that peaks between 750 and 800. The bike you saw me riding, the one I showed you before, the Plus, has a 750 watt to over 1,000 watt motor. So basically, you paying $200 with my coupon to get the bike you saw me riding. You paying $200 to get the fat tires, to get the bigger battery, and to get the bigger motor. That's what you're paying for. So if you're willing to spend $13.99 on this, why you wouldn't spend $16.99 and get those features I just told you about? Now let's get back. If you're interested, if you don't want the fat tires and you don't need the 1,000 watts of power, 800 is enough for you, then you should get this bike. So what's going on, Bobcat? You said one thing and ain't said nothing else. How you been? You missed the show as usual. Let me type in here. This is the link for the GS9 our Jan Brady. And here's the coupon code. Now, I don't know if y'all remember, but the plus, my coupon code will get you the plus and get you the 4-inch wide tires, the bigger battery, and the bigger motor. My coupon to get you the plus for $16.99. They asking $16.99 for the regular. I don't know if y'all following me. They asking $16.99 regular price for the middle bike, the middle child, Jan. But let me show y'all something. You put my coupon in. Check that out. You can get this bike for $13.99. Still get the full frame suspension. You get the 8-speed shifter. You get the hydraulic brakes, not the disc brakes, hydraulics. You get everything that's on the big bike. Like I said, $13.99 versus $16.99 with my coupons. If you want the fat tires, you want the bigger battery, if you want the bigger motor, you'll pay the $16.99. If you can do without that, you'll pay $13.99. My coupon saves you $300. You pay $13.99. If $13.99 is still out of your price range, or that's too much bike for you, guess what? We call these the Brady girls. Why? Because we got different versions. Now, this is the baby of our G-Baby line. This is the baby of our gorgeous e-bikes. And you can see she's just as pretty as the other two. But you notice she's missing a couple things. I'm sorry, this color, I think this color is just to die for. That gray is just, it is to die for. It also comes in green. Now, this is the entry-level bike. This is for the people that's not sure, or for the people that's not really going to ride it much. You know, if you're not going to take it out there on the trails and be jumping over the stumps and going through the streams, this bike can do it. But it's not as comfortable as her two siblings. She doesn't come with rear suspension. Now, you can go on Amazon and get a rear suspension C-post for $20. You know, and then you can have your rear suspension. But there's no substitute for real suspension. But this bike, this bike does not, none of the G-Babies look like e-bikes. But this one especially looks like something you see in Dick's Sporting Goods. If you're not willing to spend $16.99 to get them 27.5-inch fat tires and that 750-watt motor, if you're not willing to spend $13.99, I advise this bike then. It has mechanical disc brakes, not hydraulic. It has a 7-speed shifter, not an 8 or 9. It still got the same 13 amp hour battery that Jan has, but Marsha, the big one, has a 14.5 amp hour battery. Like I said, it has front suspension. It has a black and white display. This is just the low budget version. If this is okay for you, if you got teenagers, college students that want to ride around the campus, this is a nice lightweight bike to have. And the administrators will not know it's electric unless they get up there and look at the back wheel. They will not know it's electric. And if they put a rack on it, like I did, and put pangy bags, nobody would know it's an electric bike. Keep that in mind. You can put pangy bags on there to cover that motor up. Nobody would know the bike is electric. If you can see yourself riding one of these through your town. Let me give you the link for it. Oops. Doggone it. No, that's right. Here you go. This is the Pasolette G9. So keep in mind, we got the G9, we got the GS9, and the GS9 Plus you saw me ride. Don't get them mixed up. Let me give you the coupon code. So there's the link. This is the regular G9. This is the Cindy Brady, the baby of the bunch. Let me copy the coupon code. Now, it ain't much I can do with the price on this bike because it's the baby. But they asking for $1,099. You use my coupon, you can get this bike for $999. 13 amp hour bike, 27.5 inch, 2.8 inch wide tires, front suspension, a nice black and white display, mechanical disc brakes, 7-speed Shimano shifter, and it don't look like an e-bike. You get all of that for $999. If you want to go even cheaper, if $999 is too much for you, then get the old version of Cindy. This was the first version of Cindy. It's still around. It don't have the 500 to 800 watt motor that Cindy and Jan had. It definitely don't have the 750 watt to over 1,000 watt motor that Marsha has. But this bike is the stepchild. If that's $999 is too much for you, then why not check this bike out? It has a smaller battery. That's why it's cheaper. It has a 10.4 instead of an 13 amp hour battery. And the battery kind of hangs out. That's the only difference between this and the bike I just showed you. Everything else is the same. Everything else is the same. The only difference is this has a 350 watt motor that can peak well over 600 watts. If you don't need the extra wattage, if you're not heavy like I am, this is a good bike for you. If you don't need the rear suspension, this is a good bike for you. You don't live in hilly areas like I do. This is the bike for you. This is perfect to ride around the college campus, perfect to ride around your neighborhood, perfect to take to the park. I personally would rather have Cindy than this, but if I only got a little bit of money and I want an e-bike, I will go with this one. It's not as sexy as Cindy is, but it'll get the job done and it's cheaper. So if you care about money, if you're not sure about whether or not you would enjoy your e-bike, well, let me show you what I can do. This is the cheapest e-bike I have to offer. And the problem with cheap is what I just said. It's the cheapest one we have. Here's the coupon code. Let me show you what to do with it. Scroll down. Now you see they're asking $999. With my coupon, I can get you Cindy for $999. It's 150 watt power difference between Cindy, the Pasolec G9, or this Pasolec P100. It's 150 watt difference in the motor. If you use my coupon and all you got is $900, well, check this out. I can get you this bike for $899. I can get you this bike for $899. The battery hanging out a little bit is going to let people know it's an e-bike. You know, if you're not on it. If you want it, they probably really can't tell. But if you want it, people are going to know it's the e-bike because there's a little bit of battery hanging out. But if you want to save $100, I still say Cindy's a better deal at $999. Much sleeker, much slimmer, more stylish, and more power. But if all you can afford is $900, then get this for $899. You can't beat it. Some people will say, well, you can get the electric XP for $999, but they got this got a bigger battery, bigger tires. You're still gonna need to get a suspension seat post. You'll have $100 more to buy that with. So I think $899, you can't beat that. Be with you 7 days. All you gotta do is pay your state tax, free shipping. Now, that's the mountain bikes. Now let's show you the two foldables we have, and then I'll let you go. First off, this is the Pasolec PX5. This is the best 500 watt motor on the market. I'll put this bike up against anybody's. I will put this bike up against anybody's. We rode this bike for 3 hours straight. I brought 2 batteries. We went from one side of my town to the other. We rode the bike for 3 hours straight. It never hiccuped. It never complained. It never moaned and groaned. It didn't do it. I think, in my opinion, this was the best 500 watt foldable. I can't get any of the other companies to come challenge me to a race or an endurance test or to send me one. They won't do it. They say I'm not big enough, but okay. But I can tell you, I got the black version of one of these. And it's so dependable. I don't even like to take it out. I ride the Plus that they sent me most of the time. I bring this out for the special occasions. This is like my Lamborghini. You keep that in the garage with the top on it. And then for special occasions, you bring it out. That's what this bike is, for special occasions. Like when I know I got to go someplace hilly, I bring this bike. Because of the smaller 20-inch tires, it's better for hill climbing. The smaller your tires is, the more torque you get. Only downside is it's not as comfortable. The 27.5-inch 4-inch wide tires are more comfortable than the 20-inch 4-inch wide tires. But these tires give you more torque, more power, more hill climbing ability. So when I got to go someplace that's really hilly, I bring this bike because I know it's not going to moan and groan. It's not going to complain. It's not going to shut off. It's dependable. This is the best foldable I've ever ridden. And there's videos up of me riding it. And I was able to clock this during my downhill speed test. I got it to hit 34. I got it to hit 34 miles per hour. Don't believe me? I got proof. Yeah, I ain't got to make up stuff. I got proof. Hey, what are you doing? I didn't tell you to do that. You doing what you want to do. This is right here. No. Okay, I know what that is. Okay, I don't know why it's not showing up. We ain't gonna cry about it though. Hold on a sec. I got another way to show it to you. Hold on a sec. It must be on the other computer. We ain't gonna cry about it. You sure? Mm-mm-mm. I'm sorry, I said something. Here we go. And it's the Jan and Marsha is the queen of the hill. So go there. We don't have to go to the ghetto mark. We can go. Let's get it. But you know you're wrong for this. And you know you're wrong. Went to the market. But it's all right. We ain't fall.
That's why.
This isn't the video.
That's the one thing.
And that went too far. Then I'm not doing anything. I don't see you doing anything. See, that's the difference. You keep telling me what I'm not doing, but what are you doing? That's the question. What are you doing other than worrying about what I'm doing? That's why I like to ride at night.
You change the light for me? Couldn't let it have the picture. You couldn't let it have it. Yep. Damn on shame.
Nope, that's the wrong video. But it's showing. So why I didn't? Here we go. No, that's the plus. Where's the video at? All right, hold on a sec. I'm confused. Wait a minute. I'm sorry, y'all. Was this the video? Lahora, where you at? Where you at?
You don't want to dangle. Make me get off the bike, ain't you? You're going to make me get off the damn bike.
It was at the beginning.
Can't get no speed, can't do nothing. All you do is hit the red light. If it ain't a red light, it's a daggone stop sign. You never get no daggone speed.
Where are we at?
It's irritating.
Where are we at?
We hit 34.
There we go.
It's right there. 34. We hit 34.
That's what we needed right there. All right, we on the speed test.
Every time we do the speed test, somebody always got to get in the way.
31, 32, 33.
Hey, y'all, we hit 32.
Now, see, I didn't see it.
That's what we normally hit. You got to get in the way. Hey, behind you, behind you. I was missing that.
There it is, 34. 34. We hit 34 miles per hour on a 500 watt e-bike. We hit 34. But we rode this bike around. We can speed up. We still riding. We still riding. We still riding.
Right to another red light.
We still riding. We still riding. Yeah, see? We still riding. Took y'all to the end. That's the one thing you can count on. They gonna give us the red light. Now we coming back uptown. I'm out there with the cars. Yep. We still riding. To the right. Still riding. Still. Now we changing the battery. We rode all the way downtown to the end and then came back up. And all right, y'all, we at the house, but we ain't gonna stay here. And we still went riding. Yeah, that's dang. We did the speed test again. We still riding. Every time we got them dead. Still riding. Still riding. Wait a minute, did we do the speed test again? We still riding. Full capacity. Still riding. Still riding. PS6 will send me another Martian, and then I'll see. Still riding. Look at this. So where we in now? Is that the 7-Eleven? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. We still riding. If I'm correct. 1.4, 1.5 miles. Now we're going to do the speed test. Then we rode all the way down to the end. Down to the whoop. Waiting for the light change. Y'all ready for the speed test? Well, let's get it. Speed test. Now, this is our second time. We ain't rode the bike. We ain't rode the bike for almost 3 hours straight. The bike only had 3 times the rest. When I was showing y'all the waterfront, when I changed the battery, and we said, hey, waiting for the light change. There it is. After all that ride, we doing a speed test. $21, $23. Keep in mind, at this point, I'm 283 pounds. $30, $31, $32, $31. She still hit 32. After all that ride. After all that ride. In real time. Let's get it. In real time. Let's get it. Keep that in mind, y'all. I rode this bike around for almost 3 hours. We hit 34 when we came down in the beginning. And now we're doing it again, and we're going to hit 32. Yep, we only hit 32 again. And I just lost the Bluetooth. Yeah, we lost the Bluetooth. Now that's a 500 watt foldable. But let me show y'all something. Okay, let's back out then. Back out. Back out. Because I want to show y'all something different if y'all still watching. If you ain't, I understand. Let me show you something if you're still watching. Then we can hit the 37. I went into the settings and I put the kilometers on 100. That's 65 miles per hour. I don't know if she can do 65 miles per hour, but let's see. We're waiting for the light to change, and then we're gonna gun it. This is the bike you saw me riding earlier. Are they changing? This is the Pass Select PS9, the Pass Select GS9 Plus. Let's go, y'all. 750 watts, or over 1,000 watts. Listen to the power, you can hear it. We at 36. Holy stuff. We at 36 fight. My helmet trying to come off my head. Feel like you riding on a motorcycle without the exhaust, without all that noise. Going up. Yep. Oh, right there waiting on it. Bam! Kaboom! That light change. Car right there waiting on us. Yep, I would have tried it. Y'all have found me in the weeds. So from a dead start. I knew it right in front of me. Hope you don't keep up. Listen to that motor rev. We're going to hit the car. We're going to hit the car. Look at that. Pass Select don't play around with their bikes. They give you features. They make a darn good bike. Let me get you the link here. This is for the Pass Select PX5. I believe it's the best 500-watt motor in the business. There's nobody in this price gap that's going to give you a better bike with these features. Now, I don't see nobody with a video up talking about they rode the electric P for almost 3 hours straight. I don't see nobody with a video up talking about they ran it full throttle, 99.9% throttle, not pedal assist at 1, 2, or 3 miles per hour. And you be saying them, making them videos that they go on 7, 8 miles per hour. I'm like, man, what you get an e-bike for? You can pedal and do that. You literally can pedal and do that. But there's the link for the Select PS5. Let me give you the code real quick. So like I lost everybody. I'd be wasting my time. Hopefully somebody will use a coupon so I can get a TV, I hope. There's the link. See, I haven't asked nobody to help me buy a TV, but I'm hoping somebody will buy an e-bike. Trying to earn it. They asking $12.99. Use my coupon, you can get it for $1,049. If you satisfied with mechanical disc brakes, if you satisfied with a 7-speed shifter, if you satisfied with that rack, you satisfied with a 10.4 amp hour battery, if you satisfied with a black and white display, this is the bike for you. The tail light is in the seat, and the seat has a suspension seat post on it, but the tail light is in the seat, and you had to put batteries in it. Now, this is the best 500 watt motorbike. But let me show you, for those of you that need a little bit more. For those of you that need a little bit more, this is, if the Select GS9 Plus is the queen of the hill, well, this is the king of the hill. This is the king of the hill right here. In my opinion, this is the best value. Now, the Plus is the sexiest. They have 27 and a half inch, 4-inch wide fat tires, a 14 amp hour battery, a 9-speed shifter, but it's a tourney shifter. That's entry level for Shimano. Keep that in mind. It's got a color display. It's sexy to look at. This bike got everything that bike got. I just showed the speed test with me hitting 36 miles per hour on my speed test. That bike is the queen of the hill. This bike is the king of the hill. This bike might only have 20-inch, 4-inch wide tires, but this bike has front suspension. It has rear suspension. Doesn't have a 14.5 amp hour battery, but it has a 12 amp hour batteries. Most foldables have a 10.4 amp hour, and the Electric XP 2.0 only has a 9.6. So this battery really blows that out the water. Check out that heavy duty rack. You can put the children back here. Look at having 330 pound weight capacity. Look at the suspension. That means I can put the seat all the way down, which I can't do on my PX5. But here on the PS6, the suspension is not in the seat post, so I can take it all the way down, so my legs can be comfortable on the ground. It got hydraulic brakes. It's got an 8-speed Altus Shimano shifter, which is the middle of the road. It ain't the high for the Shimano, but it's the middle grade. Now, Marsha might have the GS9 Plus, might have a 9-speed Shimano shifter. She got one more gear to go to, but that's a entry level turning. This is an Altus. So this is a better grade of shifter, even though the other bike has one more gear. This is a better gear system on here. But by it only having 20-inch tires, 4 inches wide, instead of having 27 and a half inch, the motor has less to turn. That's why I was able to hit 34 on the PX5. even though it's only a 500-watt motor. Because of the smaller tires, you get more torque, you get more hill climbing ability, and the motor has less to move. It's easier to move 2 tires that are 20-inch than it is to move 2 tires that are 27-inch. My PX5 blows the 500-watt e-bikes out the water because it only got 20-inch tires. This bike got the same 750-watt motor that Marshall has. It only has to turn 20-inch wheels. I'm still trying to earn this bike. If somebody want to get it for me, I'd appreciate it. But just buy a bike for your friends and relatives and your family, your kids. If I sell, well, now I'm going to have to use it to buy a TV. But if anybody buys a bike now, it'll help me get a TV. I would like to get a 40-inch, but I might only be able to afford a 24-inch. It would be nice to get a 50-inch or a 60-inch, but, you know, if somebody buys an e-bike, it don't matter which one I've shown you. Anybody buys any e-bike, I get the same money on each coupon. Now, I wasn't doing it for money, but now I need a TV. So if anybody would like to help out and buy an e-bike, it means I can get a better TV. I'll be honest with you. I had to move from the studio into here. You know why I had to move in here? So I can have a TV to watch when I'm not live streaming. So I had to bring them both in the same place. But let me show you something for y'all who think I'm making something up. For y'all, those of y'all who think I'm not dead serious. This is what I'm sitting in front of right now. Let me put it on your screen real quick. You see what I'm talking about? This is what I'm having to deal with right now. Take a look. Take a look. I gotta watch this little screen from way across the room. I'm in front of it right now. I gotta watch this little screen from way across the room. My 40-inch TV went down. If anybody will buy an e-bike, I'll be able to get a better TV. Right now, I've sold 2 e-bikes. I looked on eBay. I checked Best Buy, Walmart. I might can get one that's 24 inches. But right now, I'm straining my eyes trying to see this from across the room. I'm fortunate that we did have a monitor. Otherwise, I'd be looking at a little cell phone for TV. So, if anybody would like to help out, if you don't need an e-bike, if anybody would like to donate so I can get a TV, after I spend hours entertaining y'all, if somebody would like to help out, hey, JoJo Dancer, what do I need? I need a TV. My 40-inch went up. I've had that 40-inch since late 2013. It went up. No matter how many times I've been in the hospital, no matter how many times I had to move, I could always come and pop that TV on. Now I'm trying to watch this little monitor from across the room. So I'm trying to sell e-bikes. And instead of having them count toward another e-bike, I'm trying to get somebody to buy some so I can get a commission. It's 5%. So if somebody buys an e-bike, it'll help me out. If somebody don't need an e-bike, they can donate. I'm waiting on the seller to send me the. He taking the time about it too. I've sold 2 bikes so far, so I'm waiting for him to send me my commission, and then I'll be able to decide what kind of TV I can get. So, like I said, if anybody wants to help, I'm not asking nobody to buy me a TV, but if anybody wants to help, it would be nice to get a 40-inch. You know, that's the PayPal. We got Cash App and PayPal. If somebody would like to help out, there's the Cash App, there's the PayPal. So we have both links. Now I feel bad because, you know, Blessed Always help us get the S8, and Moses helped us get the Samsung camera. If I would have known I would need a TV, I would have bought a TV. I didn't know. Be honest, I didn't know. But I'm trying to watch that little screen from across the room, man. Like right now, I'm sitting in front of it. I'm literally sitting in front of it. You can see the bed back there. I'm literally sitting in front of it. So if somebody would like to help, you know, anything. Okay. This is Walmart.com. Is there anything that we can get for 160? Whoa, they have a 32-inch for $88. Wait a minute. How much is the shipping? Wait a minute. It's 8 inches smaller, but I wouldn't need no help. Let me copy this. Let me send it to Liz, the store. All right. It ain't a 40-inch, but it's close enough. Wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. They have a Sony 40-inch? It ain't a smart TV, but wait a minute. It's a 1080p? 2 HDMI ports. I can connect a computer with it. Right? All right. Hold on, sir. I don't know if they got any. How many do they have? Does it say how many they got? Are they in stock? Would have been nice to get a smart TV, but that's okay. Right there. I might be able to get this on my own. I might not need no help. All right, let me enter that one. Into the Liz's Hangout, so I know where it is. I just hope they ain't sold out. But heck yeah. That's 158. It's the itty bitty one. 24-inch. That's 32. See if anybody can beat that deal. That's a 24. That's 108 for 24. That's a 19. 14-inch. Doesn't say how big it is. That's a 19-inch. 19-inch, 10-inch, 24-inch. (24-inch), 13-inch, 24, 24. That's a frame. These wasn't here yesterday when I looked. I'll tell you that. Them two deals wasn't here yesterday when I looked. That's a 24. All right, so I guess that's it. Can't beat that with a bat. But if anybody would like to donate, the things are in the description. But I'd rather have a small screen. Like I said, this is the Pastelette PS6. This is the best value they have. Now, I like the GS9 Plus, and that got the most features. But I think this is the best bang for the buck. And here's the link. Oh, let me give you the coupon code. I've been wanting one of these since before the stimulus. But as you can see, $1,599, they only gave us $1,400. I didn't have enough. But y'all don't have that problem because you got me. And let me show you what my coupon. If I had the coupon code, I would have got this bike and been straight. Wouldn't be still trying to earn it. Let me copy it real quick. Let me paste it. All right, let's paste it in the chat. This is my coupon code, Brother Derek PS6. I say this bike is the better deal. Now they asking for $15.99, and I ain't gonna lie to you, it's worth $15.99. It's worth $15.99. Now I begged them to bring this bike back, and y'all ain't buying none. You use my coupon, I can get you this bike for $13.99. This is the best deal that we have. This got everything that you want in the e-bike for $13.99. If you serious about your e-bike, look how it folds up. You can throw it in the back of your car, the back of your truck, RV. Look how it folds. Look how little it is. But I'm telling you, this bike, not only do you get the 750 watt that can peak at well over 1,000, you get that heavy duty rack. You get a 12 amp hour battery. You get full suspension, front and rear, full frame suspension. You get hydraulic brakes, not them cheap mechanical disc brakes, and not them calipers we had growing up. These are like car brakes. And I can tell you, one brake of the hydraulic is better than having two working brakes of mechanical disc. Full suspension, color display, 8-speed Alta shifter. This is the best value. It's only $13.99. And this is good. You can put a car seat back there. You can put the pannier bags back there. You can put a basket back there, with a box back there, whatever you use to carry stuff around with. This bike will do it. You can also take this bike out there on the trails. Now, if you don't want to spend $16.99, get this for $13.99. But if you got to have the best, then get this bike. But the other bike got the fenders and everything already on it. This is the kind of bike you want to keep clean, though. I mean, if you want to spend $16.99, $300 difference. Would you rather have the 26-inch fat tires instead of the 20-inch fat tires? It's 12 amp hours, not enough big enough battery for you. This got a 14.5. An 8-speed Altus is not enough for you. You want the 9-speed Shimano, then get this bike. But if you live in a hilly area, like I do, where it's a lot of steep hills, if you like to ride with the cars, if you under 260 pounds, I will go with this bike if you got the money. But if you don't have the money, this is your best deal. This bike will carry you all the way up to 350 pounds. And if you are 300 pounds, you can still put 55 pounds on the rack. This bike won't hiccup. This bike will not hiccup. This bike, they say it can carry 330 pounds. I can tell you right now, I'm 200. I was 293 when I started this. 293, 295. Right now, according to the scale, I'm 278. I notice the difference when I'm riding the Plus. I can almost tell my weight by how fast we go up the hill. Those 20-inch wheels versus the 27.5 make a difference. because on the PX5, we call her Bessie, the bike I showed you I ride around on, I think it carries me up the hill better at 1049 than the Plus does at 1699 because of the smaller wheels. The same way people on a scooter get up the hill because the wheels are small. The smaller the wheel, the more the torque you have. Smaller the wheel, the more torque and power the motor can generate rotating. But if you're looking for a foldable, this is the best deal. $13.99, over 1,000-watt motor, come with fenders, lights. When you hit the brakes, the lights flash, let the cars know you're slowing down so you don't get hit. This is a banger. This is a winner here. I think that this is the best value that they offer. And I can get you this bike for $13.99. Now, if you don't want a foldable and you want to style and profile, you want to be seen, you want people to ask you, hey, nice bike there, pretty bike there, then you're going to spend the extra money. You're going to spend the extra money and you're going to get the GS9 Plus. Now, I believe the weight limit on this is 280. The bike I just showed you, the weight limit is 330. Now, I hover between 283 and 278. So I'm right there at the weight limit or above it. It still carries me around, but it struggles uphill, especially on steep hills. It struggles. If you don't weigh more than 260, you're not going to have a problem. This is the bike for you. And see, I'm telling you the truth. This bike struggles with me. When we go on level ground, it's not a struggle. When we go downhill, this bike flies. When we go uphill, I can hear the motor struggling. That's because I'm over the weight limit. And it's really weird that this is the GS9 Plus, but there's a G9 and there's a GS9. Their weight limit is 220. So if their weight limit is 220, why is this bike more? So if the weight limit for this bike is really 220, like the other two, then that 750-watt motor be moving me. I shouldn't even be moving. But this got all the features. But the foldable it's right there with it. And it got a bigger weight limit. If you're fat like me, get the PS6, get the foldable. But if you want to style and profile, you want the people to keep telling you, hey, that's a pretty bike you got there, then get this bike. Because I tell you, as much as I love my PX5, I want a PS6. But I'm fortunate enough that they sent me this GS9 Plus. We call her the Marsha Brady. I love the hydraulic brakes. The 9-speed shifter, I don't change gears. I'm not into that. But I tell you, that 14.5 amp hour battery, we've never even came halfway on it. I don't know nothing about that battery because I don't think about it. People talk about getting spare batteries. 14.5 amps, I haven't even had to think about it. That's a lot of battery. And it's carrying my fat behind around. And we mostly, now with this bike, I pedal. to help it out. Not a lot, but if we're going up a steep hill, I'll pedal. I'll pedal to get us started, and then I stop pedaling. I let the motor take over. But I'm finding myself pedaling more and more. I pedaled so much the other day that I actually wore myself out. Because of the speeds this bike can generate, you want to stay at that speed. So you pedal to help it stay at that speed. It's a little dangerous. Me being a heart patient, but I love it. And I'm gonna tell you, if you really want all the premium features, this is the bike you want. And at $16.99, I don't know how long I'm gonna be able to hold it. I mean, I used to have this at $12.99 before the summer. I used to have this at $12.99. I think this is the best deal for $13.99. It was better at $12.99, but it's still a good deal at $13.99. But anyway, it's your decision. But if you don't need an e-bike, because I'm going to be honest with you. I've been pushing these bikes to earn a PS6. That's on the back burner right now. I need a TV. If somebody would like to help me get a TV, purchase an e-bike, or you can donate. That's the Cash App right there. That's the PayPal. It's up to y'all. I'm going to get off here right now. I'm going to go ahead and cook. I'm going to make some salmon, vegetables, and rice. And I'm going to put a little bit of lemon juice on the vegetables and a little bit of olive oil. I'm going to fry the salmon in olive oil. Then I'm going to add the vegetables to the frying pan. Stir it up. Put a little bit more lemon juice in there. Then I'm going to put them on a plate. Doesn't that sound good? Tomorrow we're going to the market because I'm running out of food. So tomorrow we're going to hit the market. I hope y'all come keep me company. And what bike are we going to take? We're going to take, I'll be honest with you. I take the Plus because it gets more compliments. And I like the fat tires. Even though it doesn't take me uphill like the other bike does. Level ground and downhill, man. There ain't no contest. So I'm hoping as I lose weight, it's going to help that bike get me up the hill. We working on several things here. We get my health straight. The first, we get my teeth done. Tuesday, we go back to the heart clinic. Wednesday, we go back to the eye doctor. I'm getting everything straight. Because now they only got this little monitor to watch from across the room. Getting my eyes straight It's going to help. All these little things help. So already, y'all, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great evening. As Nia would say, see you soon. As I say, hey, I'll check you out tomorrow. Y'all have a great day. These daggone, just these tobacco pouches. Any left in the thing? Nope, they all gone. So hope y'all enjoyed the sermon today. And remember, no matter how hard things seem, if you were God and Jesus, they were you. There's a way out. There's a way out. So y'all have a good one. And I will see y'all tomorrow. And we out of here. Peace, everybody. And we went over the 6-hour minute. Damn. This video ain't no good. Oh well. It's in the bro.